Hello and welcome to the slow set review of Crimson Vow. Another Innistrad set again, but this time of course with vampires instead of with werewolves, and that is not the only thing that has changed. So yeah, let's just dive in right there, talk about these new cards and what they might mean for the world of Innistrad, because we might not see the world too much after this set. So let's check it out. By the way, I have randomized all of these cards and where they are, so that it will be a surprise for me too, what will come first. And this is actually a pretty big card for what I have seen, or pretty important at least. And I will switch my face cam around as we need it. But Airruth, I think it is, Tormented Prophet, is from multiple artists, which is a little bit weird in this set. There's not only the alternate art, but there are also cards that are from real life, sort of. So first of all, the main card is Airruth, Tormented Prophet. And what she does is, if you would draw a card, exile the top 2 cards of your library instead. You may play those cards this turn. So kind of portraying what madness means in Magic the Gathering. It's card draw, but it's fast, it's fleeting, and sometimes you have to discard your cards. So there are 3 versions, I think. Just let's go from left to right with them. The first one is the normal version from Ekaterina Burmak. We see some devils here that are plaguing this woman. And apparently these curses help her gain fleeting knowledge. And that's pretty cool. We see the same demons in the other 2 kinds of arts. Paul Jackson, the second one, really cool one, where we also see her madness coming from her eyes and swirling around the person. And then there's this Renfield Delusional Minion, which is just the same card, but with this alternate art from someone who has real life stories about them. We'll have to dive deep into those cards later, but as for the card, it's a cool one where temporary card advantage is a really cool thing, and you can still draw cards as well. I mean, you can still have stuff in your hand. It's not like it's forbidden for you to draw cards with the cards that you draw, or impulsive draw from Airruth. So I think that's cool. By invitation only. Let's put the sound down a little bit. It's better for me. Is a card that we have already seen in a story. It is a story spotlight as well, from Mika Epstein. And what it essentially is in the story is, if you want to join the wedding, you will need an invitation, and if you do not have one, you will burn instantly. And we did not really see a vampire get burned instantly. We saw a bird doing the same. But in this case, it's a 5 mana sorcery in white, and you may choose a number between 0 and 13. So 13 of course being Olivia's number, being the unlucky number. And then each player sacrifices that many creatures. So really versatile, I would say. It's almost always a board wipe if you want it to be. But if you have more creatures, which white often does, then you can choose just the best of your own creatures and let everyone else suffer. The flavor text says, the red envelopes guarantee safe passage through the Lurenbraum barrier, another family I believe. Olivia left strict instructions: no invitation, no entry, no exceptions. So it's exactly like they said in the story. It's no invitation, no entry, no exceptions. They kept repeating that, and this family is really just a loyal vampire family that's easy to manipulate, and the other vampire families do. So Bride's gown is of course Olivia's dress, but it's not really that, because I don't think she wore that in the story, at least, or in her own card. It's a 2 mana equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+0. It gets an additional 2 toughness and has first strike as long as an equipment named Groom's Finery is attached to a creature you control. Cool that you need 2 lovers at least to have this work well, extra well. I think that's a cute thing, and I think if you have someone you like to play with, that's a cool thing to play with. But you can't do it with another player. You have to have both the bride and the groom yourself, and I think that's a little bit of a flavor miss, and it would be a cool mechanic that you need your opponent to have the other part of the equipment. Something to work around with later, maybe. Because it has to be a creature you control, of course. Then we have Massive Might. Of course, taking a sip of the coffee, because that's really important. Massive Might is a 1 mana instant. That's another version of Giant Growth, but this time we call it Massive Might, which they always sound the same. It's like 2 syllables in the first one, and then 1 really strong syllable in the second word. This 1 mana green instant gives your creature +2/+2 and trample. Sometimes they give it reach or something like that, but trample is of course the most common for green. And then we see the flavor which says run, it's coming for us eventually. So you need to run from your city, but you don't really need to be fast. I think we see this in the art as well from Iris. And that's cool. Yaster, I don't think we have seen Yaster before, so. Then we have Ragged Recluse. Now we can go a little bit like this, I think. And Odious Witch, which is a 2-sided card. In this case, it's not a day and night cycle card, but it's just at the beginning of your end step. If you discarded a card this turn, you may transform Ragged Recluse into Odious Witch, which says whenever it attacks, defending player loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Not the best effect, it's on a 3/3, and that is really strong on a 2 mana card, but you will have to discard a card, and it doesn't help you discard a card itself, so you will need some more synergy in your deck. The flavors say, so from Ragged Recluse is a lonely person, not sure, from the Setia one, that is making some squid food, so maybe they live in the sea places of Innistrad. Forgive my manners, it's been so long since I had a guest for dinner. So they don't know how to talk with people, or at least they act like that. And then there's Odious Witch with a stinky pot. And it says her cauldron refilled. She settled in to wait for the next unsuspecting traveler to knock at her door. So she did have some. Maybe she was just hungry or something like that. Militia. I can make myself large again. Rallier. It's a 3 mana human soldier, so that's pretty big for a white card. It can't attack alone, so also vary in color. And whenever it attacks, you may untap target creature, so it helps another creature be vigilant, which I think is cool for a Rallier. We can wait like helpless children for a hero, or we can gather our courage and be the heroes. I would kind of show that in the flavor, but oh wait, so all words in the flavor are sideways except the B, so it's right up. Who's with me? they don't look like they have a lot of cool weapons, but this guy did bring some more fodder to help him at least. So that's one thing. Then we have the alternate art lands for this set, and I've cropped it out a little bit so that you can see the art a little bit better without having to overlap these cards. I think it's cool. So previously in the previous set we have seen that the alternate art lands were meant to show lonely places, and I kind of think it's the same here if I look at them. So yeah, lonely castle in the mountains, an island with a sort of shipwreck. The swamp seems lonely, and the forest, the plain seems dead. And I think another kind of vibe that we see in these cards is that there might be someone else, and that's kind of the horror thing about the lands. So that's cool. And of course they are black and white, all of them, which is a little bit weird, but they do look really cool. So if it's your aesthetic that you like to go with the deck, then that's a cool way to flesh it out with these lands. Ascendant Backleader is a 1 mana wolf, a 2/1. When it enters the battlefield, it gets a +1 counter on it if you control a permanent with mana value 4 or greater. So really the gruel mechanic of, let's call it the giant mechanic, something like that. It had a name in one of the Ravnica sets, I think, but they often work with mana value or power greater than 4. Whenever you cast a spell with mana value 4 or greater, you may put another +1 counter on Ascendant Backleader. So it can grow fast, but what I think is weird is that this is a 1 mana card that you will not want to play on turn 1, but probably you will prefer to play it on turn 2 or 3, something like that, so that you can follow it up with a 4 mana card sooner. And then it becomes like a turn 3, because you probably will not want to use it as a 2/1 in the beginning of the game, I don't think. But it's still a 1 mana card and it has upside, so that's strong anyways. But it's rare, so you want a lot out of it. But okay, it's green, it doesn't need to be too strong. Grizzly Ritual, which is a human with a sort of rose around him of blood, probably. It's a 6 mana sorcery where you can destroy target creature or planeswalker and create 2 blood tokens, which is a lot. For most murders you will only get 1 blood token, so this is a Grizzly Ritual. It definitely is. You can always tell who's new from the screaming. Okay, so the vampires can tell which of the vampires are new, and I think we can see this in the background of the art as well, which is a good job from Anastasia, that some of the vampires are ruled out by this. Rural Recruit is a farmer person with a pig behind them that has a weapon as well, which is kind of badass. Who did this? It's a 4 mana human peasant with training, which is a new mechanic that we haven't talked about yet in these from these cards. What it does is whenever this creature attacks with another creature with greater power, put a +1 counter on this creature. So it's a recruit, it wants to learn from others. We have seen Mentor as well, and that helps with other creatures. But this one is called Training, and I think that is a little bit weird. That this is Training, and when it's the other way around, it's called Mentor. But, well, when it enters the battlefield, and that is the fun part about this, you can create a 3/1 green boar creature token. So it will enter as a 4 mana 4/2 in stats, which is already okay. But then this rural recruit can learn from his pig to fight. And that is really the fun part, where the recruit starts to learn from his own kind of pet. That's cool. The Dawnheart. So Dawnheart, of course, the coven of the witches in Innistrad. Survivors welcome recruits of all shapes and sizes. So also young people, but also pigs, if they can help fight, apparently. Creepy puppeteer, and I do have to agree with that puppets are really creepy. It's a 4 mana human rogue. It has haste and it is a 4/3, so that is a cool stat line, and if it has haste it can help you get in damage that much easier. And whenever it attacks, if you attacked with exactly one other creature this combat, you may have that creature's base power and toughness become 4/3 until end of turn. So what you probably want to do is have something like a first strike or double strike creature in play already on turn 3, and then play this 4 mana creature after that to help grow the other creature as well. Seems cool. Have to be glad that Ambercleave is not here anymore, because that would have been a big problem. So the creepy puppeteer only works with one other puppet, and we can see that this is a human actually that is performing in a sort of more vampire setting. So maybe the vampires use some humans as entertainment as well on occasions like this wedding. And then we have the actual leader of the Dawnheart Coven, which is Katilda. And she has changed a lot. So she used to be the green-white legendary of the previous set, and now she is, and she had protection from werewolves. Now she has protection from vampires, and she is a 3 mana flying lifelink spirit warlock. So she is already dead in the story apparently. We did not see that in the previous one, right? But her power and toughness are each equal to the number of permanents you control that are spirits and or enchantments. Have not seen the enchantment sub-theme yet, but that's cool. And then it has Disturb, so it's not the normal transformation thing, but it's the spirit power, where when this is in your graveyard you can pay 5 mana to return it as Katilda's Rising Dawn. And then it is not really Katilda, I don't think, that is rising from the Celestis. It is an enchantment. It is the feeling of Katilda. Maybe that is their new faith. And it will give a creature the same ability she has, flying, lifelink, and protection from vampires, and +X, where X is the number of permanents you control that are spirits and or enchantments. And then of course exile it, because otherwise it would be a recurring card and that would be way too strong. But that's cool that it returns as an enchantment. I don't think we have seen that before in the previous set at least. So that's a cool new card. It's a rare, it's not too extreme. And what I do like is that we can really feel the Ixalan vibe from Manuel Castañón here again. And I think Manuel was really the person that helped flesh out Ixalan the most, so it's cool that we see that here. Voice of the Blessed is a 2 mana spirit cleric. Whenever you gain life, not alive, important. Put a +1/+1 counter on it. So it enters as a 2 mana 2/2, and then it can grow really fast as long as it has 4 or more counters on it. It has flying and vigilance, so it becomes a 6/6 flying vigilance card. So this will make the life gain deck really strong again if I see this. As long as it has 10 or more, it gains indestructible as well. That is really scary, that the life gain deck will come back even stronger than before. Having it have flying is really dangerous. But okay. We have wait. Oh no. We have Shade Stalker, who transforms into Moonlit Ambusher, which is a daybound, nightbound card. The 3 mana Stalker is really well hidden from Alexander Markov. Actual Markov. You may cast the spell as though it had flash if you pay 2 more to cast it. So it's a 5 mana 3/3 with flash then. If you can kill something with it, that's still not really good. If it is a positive trait, that's okay. But you probably won't have that at 5 mana. He blends seamlessly into the forest, waiting silently for his prey. But if you can let it enter with Nightbound, I don't know if you can do that with Flash, I don't think so. It becomes a 6/3, so it's a really strong attacker at least. But your opponent will block this ambusher. Even when he strikes, the only sound is a snap of jaws through bone. You can have it enter with Flash and then turn it to Nightbound with some cards like the Celestis. So maybe that's the thing. And he's still wearing his camouflage. That's cool too. One moment. Everything's going down. Going to make myself small again. For greater good. Here is Kaeyageist Hunter, who has different hair in both both arts. Okay, I had not seen that before. But we can see that she hunts geists or spirits. And that we can see the little bit of the blood motif in both arts, and that is often a reason to think that this means something. We can see the blood here, and what's cool about this version, because we see here the blood is sort of petals, but here we can see they are actual hands, and that might mean that she has been slashing through the gown of Olivia, whose gown is made from the souls of her worst enemies, something like that. But Kaeya is a 3-mana planeswalker, where her abilities, where she ends with 3 loyalty, and her +1 is creatures she control gain depth touch until end of turn. So it has to be on your turn because it's a planeswalker, so it helps you attack a little bit, and then put a +1 counter on up to 1 creature token you control, so it only works with tokens, which is a little bit of the Kaeya theme that we have seen more often, but also says that she works better with vampires, I think, which have tokens or spirits. And then there are -2 until end of turn if 1 or more tokens would be created under your control, twice that many of those tokens are created instead, and that is really the flesh and bone of this card that will make you want to play tokens. It's not the +1, it's the fact that you can double the tokens for this turn, and that is a strong effect, as you might know. Her ultimate is a -6 ability, which you will need 4 turns for, so that is improbable and probably will never happen outside of a multiplayer format. But exile all cards from all graveyards, then create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying for each card exiled this way. And it is strong, but it is a really late game thing, and you probably will not get it. So don't look at that, look at the -2. Do you want that ability in your deck, then play Kaeyageist Hunter. Or if you like the flavor of having a Ghost Hunter in your deck. Geist Light Snare. It's a 3-mana. Oh, we have seen this creature before that we see in the left of this art from Anato, Finstark. It is a sort of spirit that uses these lamps to lure in people because people think the candles are guides that are always good for them, but they are not. They are sometimes spirits with chains. And this snare is a 3-mana instant where it costs 1 less if you control a spirit and 1 less if you control an enchantment. So all spirits work with enchantments now as well. And then it's counter target spell unless its controller pays 3. A lot of words. Not the best, but your opponent probably will not have 3 mana, so it might be really really strong card, except for in the really late game. But tempo card, definitely. Tamil had always wanted a closer look at the Geist's lantern. Now he had an eternity to study one. So he will be there for always. That's scary. Always is a scary word. Stencia Uprising is a 4-mana enchantment. There they are, from Dan Scott. And Dan Scott, of course, the artist that makes the art that nobody seems to want to make. They are the cards that are a little bit ugly. They are not ugly in how they look, but ugly in as in you don't want to see something like this. And I think he did it here. Again, Stencia is the city where the people are now forced to give away 1 bowl of blood per day or week or something. And that's pretty heavy, so the people have started to go in riots. You can see that here. The flavor says, vampires have done nothing but take from us. Tonight we reclaim what's ours. They don't have infusions, so I guess they will just take the blood and go home again. But let's hope they have a plan, because otherwise it would be a little bit sad. But what the enchantment does for 4 mana is at the beginning of your end step, create a 1/1 red human creature token. So once each turn cycle, a 1/1 is not really good yet. Then if you control exactly 13 permanents, you may sacrifice this enchantment and deal 7 damage to any target. Well, we have seen that is not that hard to do, because you also have lands and stuff that count with the permanents. You'll probably have this at turns 8, 9, something like that, and then you can deal 7 damage to any target. And you have gotten a lot of 1/1 red human tokens. So if you have a really aggressive token deck, I mean, like a vampire deck, which is ironic, then this might be good. And otherwise, not sure how easy it will be to get that amount of tokens. It will be 1/3 of your opponent's life total, which is a lot. For 4 mana, definitely. If you can get that, that's really strong. But you will have to have it. Oh, you don't need to have it at the end of your turn. You can do it any moment. That makes it a lot stronger. Yeah, I would say that then this would be really strong, because putting this to face is something that vampires will want to do eagerly. Cool. I like the flavor more than the mechanic, I think, but it's creative nonetheless. Weaver of Blossoms and Blossom-clad Werewolf is a really cute card. The werewolf gets to keep their flowers. The 3 mana Weaver is a mana dork. And the 2/3, which is useful for blocking 2 mana creatures. Living in harmony with nature does not always mean living in peace. So when it transforms, you can get 2 mana of any one color, and that is really strong for a 3 mana card. That is also a 3/4, so then it becomes a blocker and a great mana dork. But as the daybound is really underwhelming, and you don't, unless you are playing a flash strategy, I guess then it will be really strong. So if you are playing a flash strategy, or you want to play where you at least have some flash things to do in your opponent's turn, then this will become really strong, I think. Guardian Paladin is the kind of witch-colored creature here. It's a 4 mana 4/4. That is really strong. 4/4s outplay a lot of 3/3s in limited. And that's what this is for. It's an uncommon, so as long as you put 1 or more +1 counters on a creature this turn, the Paladin has trample and lifelink. That becomes really strong as an attacker as well. And then for 3 mana you may give another creature with a +1 counter on it trample and lifelink as well. So it plays together with lifelink or with +1 counters. It plays together with lifelink as well, but that's not really what this is for, I think. I think this is a way to if you have a green-white counter deck, that you can what usually happens with these decks is that they have massive creatures, but your opponent can just block them all the time. And giving them trample is the solution to that. So I think that's the most important part here. And you can put +1 counts on this as well, and then attack with trample and lifelink without the second ability too. Kindly Ancestor and Ancester's Embrace. Or is it Kindly? I think it's Kindly. You look cold, dearie, is what the Ancestor says. And the niece says, thank you, grandmother, I love you too. Ah. So the Ancestor is the 3 mana spirit. It has lifelink. It's a 2/3. It doesn't fly. And then you can disturb it for 2 and give another creature lifelink. So lifelink is what the Ancester's power is. It gives a little bit of warmth and life to her and her flock of cute sheeps and lambs. And then that's it. It gives lifelink. Markov Retribution is a 3 mana sorcery from where we see a vampire going to fight a werewolf, presumably. You may choose to strengthen your creatures or have target vampire deal damage equal to its power to another target creature, so it can sort of quickly fight another werewolf that you don't like because you are a vampire deck. Okay, cool. Why does the Markov family per se fight werewolves? Not sure. Maybe because they awakened in the for the wedding and they saw a werewolf. They were like, we still hate you, and now we fight. Wash Away is a 1 mana instant. With Cleave, another one that we have seen now for the first time. It is a counter target spell that wasn't cast from its owner's hand, so a commander, but also flashback, foretell, something like that. Maybe from disturb, and you may pay 3 mana and you can just have a counter spell. That's it. Or counter spell, what is it? Cancel. May the Ocean Take It is what Nephalia, what the Nephalia expression is, meaning good riddance. So you don't really like someone, you want them to go away, they go away, and say, may the ocean take it, where it is a little bit of a bad word as well. Dominating Vampire has 2 arts there, where the alternate art is more like the card that is around it, I think. Where Dominating Vampire is leaving behind some other vampires that they are dominating. You can join me or feed me, choose fast. So what it does is it's a 3 mana 3/3, which is really strong already, sometimes. But when it enters the battlefield, gain control of target creature with mana value less than or equal to the number of vampires you control. So in a tribal deck, you might steal something big sometimes. Untap it and it gains haste until end of turn. Yeah, so you keep it for the 1 turn. Okay. Probably want to play this with sacrificing things. But mostly, I like how they play. Lantern of the Lost is a 1 mana card that lets you exile 1 card from a graveyard. So it's a little bit of a particular type of graveyard hate where you can only stop 1 card from returning. So not really as good as the cards where you can stop a whole graveyard. But we have seen this before, not really that special here either. But it does fit Innistrad, so that's cool. And for 1 mana you can exile all cards, then draw a card. So that's the strong part about this card, but you can also play it once and have an artifact in play. Sometimes that is useful as well. But otherwise you can play it really soon, so that's one thing as well. Fleeting Spirit is a 2 mana spirit that is just there. It has been stabbed by a sword, but that does not really help against the spirit. It's a 2 mana 3/1 where for 1 mana you may exile 3 cards from your graveyard and it gains first strike, meaning that it will be fast enough to get someone by the throat. And you can do this anytime, so that's dangerous as well for your opponent. Then you may discard a card and exile it to return to the battlefield under its... Oh, you may discard a card and you may return this card to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. You can do that anytime. So if you have too many lands, this becomes a really strong card for white, I think. So white really pulling ahead for now. Markov Purifier is a Ortsov Markov vampire, where we can see a little bit of the religious stuff that Markov are about. They're about being grand and, well, influencing others. Let's say that. It's a 3 mana 2/3 with lifelink, like many vampires have. And then at the beginning of your end step, if you have gained life this turn, you may pay 2 if you do draw a card. So draw 1 card per turn and it costs you 2 mana, but that is still good for a lifelink deck. And I think we see that lifelink is a really big theme here. The Ceremonial Incense was a concoction of Edgar's own design. A precise blend of blood from his favorite human lineages. Something he probably wanted to sniff at really badly. After that, being dead so long. The Ceremonial Knife is a 1 mana equipment with equip 2. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and has, whenever this deals the damage to anything, create a blood token. So you will get the blood token, I think, almost every time. Yeah, cool. So blood tokens, what they do is you may pay 1 mana to loot, and that's it. So it's a sort of clue. It's cheaper to use and works with sacrificing really well. They are their own tokens, so they have some synergies in this set as well. And they loot, so they are always useful. Zagarda's Summons is a 6 mana enchantment that I think is only as a promotion, but we can see that they are entering this wedding and being a little bit of a party pooper. Apparently no one can have fun here. The enchantment is for 6 mana. Creatures you control with +1 counters on them have base power and toughness 4/4. Base power being really important because the +1 counters will still strengthen them. So there will be at least 5/5s. They have flying and are angels. So Zagarda apparently can make anyone an angel. With Olivia distracted, Zagarda tore free from her bindings and summoned her host of herons. Cool. Resistance Squad, a 3 mana human soldier where when it enters you may draw a card if you control another human. So a lot of people are bursting through these windows. These humans are, we've seen our planeswalkers do it. Kaya was outside, I believe, but these humans are now entering as well. It's not that I didn't expect some defiance, but I did hope it wouldn't be so heavily armed. Oh, Olivia didn't like that the humans were so strong, apparently. And they come in swinging, which I like. Piercing Light is an 1 mana instant, where we see the Abyssinian symbol having some meaning again, where it pierces through a creature with 2 damage, but only for attacking or blocking creatures, and you scry 1. Creatures of the night dissolve like shadows in the light of faith, which is what Talia, Guardian of Thraben, says, and she is back too. Cradle of Safety is a really cute card. It is just there to be cute, nothing else. 2 mana enchantment with flash, and you may enchant a creature. you control, and it gains hexproof until end of turn, and then +1/+1. So the Cradle, yeah, the art's really cute. From Howard. But then it's just protect your creature once with hexproof, and then it's an enchantment which we have seen some synergy with. But I think that's the most important part there. Reckless Impulse is a 2-mana sorcery. Exile the top 2 cards of your library until the end of turn. You may play those cards. We have seen this before on the first legendary that we saw. Apparently the devils can give impulses, the devils can give visions, and these mean that you can have 2 cards for this turn only, and then you lose them. A Stitcher looks at their creation and sees the result of years of study and hours of toil. A devil sees a new plaything. Let's see how much pain it can endure, something like that. Here we have Howlpack Piper, who sings a song for the wolves and they follow her. And the Wild Song Howler, who sings a song for the wolves and they follow her. It's a 4-mana uncounterable 2/2, where for 2 mana you may put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield, which is strong. If it's a wolf or werewolf, untap the Piper. You can only do this as a sorcery. Then when it becomes night, whenever this creature enters the battlefield or transforms, look at the top 6 cards of your library, reveal a creature card, and put it into your hand. Okay, and it's a 4/4 for 4 mana, so that is a relevant stat line then. But mostly I think what's cool is that you can put creature cards from your hand onto the battlefield for 2 mana. That's a really strong part, I think, actually. Card advantage, semi-card advantage for 1 card for 4 mana. That's not the best, I don't think. But the 2 mana play something from your hand onto the battlefield. That's really cool. And if it's a wolf or a werewolf, you can do it again and again. That's scary. Bloodvial Purveyor is a 4 mana naked torso vampire, which is a kind of a trope. It's a 4 mana 5/6, so really big stats where you must think, what's the downside? Oh, it has flying and trample as well. An opponent casts a spell, they create a blood token. So that is one thing that is strong for your opponents. They can loot and they can have blood tokens. But whenever it attacks, it gets +1/+0 for each blood token defending player controls as well. So no downsides. Almost. And then it's a 4 mana flying trample 5/6. I think this is really overpowered. But okay. I really think this is really overpowered. Against control matchups, this is really overpowered if you are trying to be the mid-range. They don't have a lot of spells that they can use to get more blood tokens. If it's against an aggressive deck, that is a little bit of a downside. But then this can block so well that is a really big upside that they have to overcome as well. Repository Scap is a 4 mana zombie with exploit. When this creature enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice a creature. But what happens then is when you do, you may return target instant or sorcery from your graveyard to your hand. So that is the strong part about this 4 mana 3/3. So you will want to do that. Otherwise, don't play it. Created to capture the Spark of Genius for later use. So it is Genius, it creates a Spark of Genius, and then it holds the Genius, because it is not smart enough to use it. Fierce Retribution is a 2 mana instant with Cleave. Destroy target attacking creature for 2 mana, or destroy target creature for 6 mana. Usually that costs 3, but white needs 6 for it. It won't bring them back, but it will bring me peace. But still a good removal for it against attacking creatures. But it's a little bit of an insult to have it 6 mana to murder one creature. So what she says is, this vampire killed her family. Family. It won't bring her peace to destroy this man. But it won't bring them back, but it will give her peace, and that's not true, anyways. But that's why it's cheaper to destroy an attacking creature. She wants to have revenge for them attacking, or that she still wants to protect them. But if it's too late and they were already killed, it will be harder for her to hold her retribution. Nature's Embrace is the 3 mana enchantment, which looks really cool from Dominic Meyer. With leaves rolling around and going inside her hand. Enchant creature or land. The creature gets +2/+2, or the land can make 2 mana of any color. So you can choose 1 and 1 mana, but that's still pretty good. For 5 colored decks, you probably need a lot of these effects. So this might be an inclusion, maybe, even. Otherwise, it's still 2 mana, which is more than 1, and that is ramp. Twinblade Geist or Twinblade Invocation is a cool concept again, where we see that the ghost is there and then their aspect can be invoked to use in battle. We can see here that the twin blades have the same vibe, the same energy as this ghost. And we can see that this Cathar is on the side of Avacyn too, which is cool. The Spirit Warrior has double strike. It's a 1/1, not the best. But if you can make this stronger, and if you can let this get in, then that is really strong. But you can bring it back and give a creature double strike, and that's really strong on strong creatures. So I think I like the Twin Blade Invocation here the most. So you probably will want the Twin Blade Geist to die, which is funny. She faced down a Howl Pack alone, saving her town at the cost of her life. Now she is dead, and since her passing, many more travelers have made it home alive. So she protects these travelers. That's so kind-hearted. What would it be like? Like, you are attacked by a pack of wolves, and now, all of a sudden, there are 2 hands at the end of your hands, and you fight better or something. I would be really freaked out, but really happy at the same time. Then we have the big chunk Slug, which is a 7 mana Toxrill, the Corrosive. It's a 7/7, so perfect stat line there. But it gets really freaky, as we can see in the art from DZO the most. At the beginning of each end step, put a slime counter on each creature you don't control, and these creatures get -1/-1 for each slime counter on them. Whenever a creature you don't control with a slime counter on it dies, create a 1/1 black slug creature token. So it's not like these slugs can get the slime counters and you can recur them or something like that. But it only works on your opponent's creatures. You will want to have them corrode, and then you can get the slugs out of it. But then comes the kicker: these slugs can be sacrificed for 2 mana to draw a card, which is really strong part about this. Doesn't have green, so it isn't really something for the slug slime tribal deck, I don't think. But a strong card on its own, definitely, if you can play it. 7 mana is a lot. Berembo Armor is a 2 mana card that I think we have seen before. Yeah, you can equip it for free when it enters for 2 mana, and then it is way too expensive. So really a limited card. It's a common anyways, and the creature gets +2/+1. I think what is funny about this one is that we can see that one of the vines is going outside of the frame, sort of signifying that this person is now tied to nature forever. And when it dies, the armor does not want their host to die because it will probably never be equipped again. Angelic Quartermaster is a 5 mana angel soldier with flying, and it is a 3/3. Has a little bit of a red hat, almost seems like a devil, but they are dealing out swords, I think, because these people are lifting up their hands. When it ends the battlefield, put a +1 counter on up to 2 target creatures. Which is why she's dealing out the swords. That's cool. Stand strong, we will reclaim the dawn. Nice. So she's inspiring the people, giving them new swords. The people are eagerly grasping at them. But now she doesn't have weapons, so she won't be any help anymore. Seems like she will just have to fly back to get more swords. Selhoff Entomber is a zombie, a 2 mana zombie, a 1/3, where we can still see that the human is probably alive, but they are being buried nonetheless, and really destroying the power the Abyssinian symbol had before. It knows one fundamental truth: bodies belong in graves, even the live ones apparently. What they say is you may discard a creature card and draw a card. So not a looter where you can discard lands, but maybe you want these creature cards in your graveyard. I think that is the point here. And then it becomes really flavorful really soon, so that's a cool comment to be in the set. And cool that we see that these Scaps have these weird philosophies. Hungry Rich Wolf is a 2 mana spiky wolf with the human city lights behind them. I think of Kasich, something like that. Even vampires know to travel faster when they hear howling in the Gyre reach passes. As long as you control another wolf or werewolf, these dudes get +1/+0 and trample. So it becomes a 2 mana 3/2 trample. Pretty okay in limited, so that's cool. And we see some vampire bats in the background. That's cool, Elena. We have Falcon Rat 4-bear, which is not a bear. It's a 3 mana flying vampire. It's a 3/3 they can't block, they have to attack. And they don't have to attack, but that's the only thing they can do battle-wise. And whenever it deals combat damage to a player, create a blood token. So another one that when you hit your opponent, you may create a blood token. And then you may sacrifice 2 of those tokens and return it from your graveyard to the battlefield. So showing that it is immortal, and that when you feed it more blood, the Falcon Rat 4-bear will return. And the same goes for the Dracula version. They are an old vampire. They can be returned a lot of times, which is nice because then you can make a lot of movies about Dracula, and that is of course the purpose. Child of the Pack and Savage Packmate. Here we can see one big black wolf, which is gone in the other art, which is a little bit sad maybe. Her face shines with youthful innocence. Her claws are another matter. So this young wolf is already this big. That is impressive. It's a 4 mana 2/5, meant for defending, protecting, and I think the wolf is mostly what gives the chunkiness. Then you can create a wolf creature token for 4 mana, which is cool because if you have nothing to play, you can use this and then it will transform, because then it will become night and it will become a 5/5 trample 4 mana card, which is impressive already, but it also gives your other creatures +1/+0. So this is a really strong card, I think, because it plays with itself really well. Wandering Mind is a 3 mana horror, which looks terrifying but not too much like Emrakul, so that is a little bit of a plus side there. It's a 3 mana 2/1 flying. When it ends the battlefield, look at the top 6 cards of your library again. This time reveal a non-creature non-land card and put it onto your into your hand. So a little bit of a draw. Works with instants and sorceries only. And then it's a 3 mana 2/1 flying, so that is okay anyways. Henrika Tomnathi has a lot of iterations in this set. And her first card is a 4 mana 1/3. So she has to have a good ability here. At the beginning of combat on your turn, choose one that hasn't been chosen. You can transform her, or you can have each player sacrifice a creature, or you may draw a card and lose 1 life. So you have to choose one, but if you don't want to do the draw a card, lose a life, or don't want to do the sacrifice a creature, you can transform her into the Infernal Seer, which has flying, death touch, and lifelink. And this is a 3/4 that has flying and lifelink, so it is a big swinger. And for 4 mana, that is really strong. You just need to go to combat, that's it. Each creature you control with flying, death touch, and or lifelink gets +1/+0 until end of turn. I don't think that stacks, but it's okay. It's a sort of fire breathing for the whole team, and works with a lot of vampires. I think almost all of them. So a cool type of tribal, I think, that it works with other cards as well. The other version is the 3 Weird Sisters, which I don't know the story of, to be honest. But we will look into those. I think that is a fair thing. Zagarda summons we have seen. Here we have another thing where Vampire's Vengeance becomes Mysterious Blood Illness. And we'll read that flavor later. Let's first start with Vampire's Vengeance. It's a 3 mana instant. It deals 2 damage to each non-vampire creature. Create a blood token. So it's a sort of small board wipe against non-vampires. And it's the vengeance of the vampires. Olivia was quick to make an example of any village that refused to pay her blood tithe, killing the weak. And I think it's cool that that is in the blood illness as well, that the vampire in the background is kind of putting out its anger upon these weak humans. She was ghastly, chalkily pale. The red seemed to have gone even from her lips and gums, and the bones of her face stood out prominently. Her breathing was painful to see or hear. Just how sick someone becomes before becoming a vampire, I guess. It's sort of more the weak version of it, because in more new movies, people often become strong instantly. Let's get a little bit of water and coffee, and see you in a minute. Hello. Check, check. No, just kidding. Yep. Okay. Good. And good. Everyone get their coffee? Everyone's safe? That's water. I know. Let's continue. Valorous Stance. A 2-mana instant. You may choose to give a creature indestructible, which is strong sometimes, in 1v1s. Destroy target creature with toughness 4 or greater. Pretty versatile actually. I like it. And who are those people? I have no idea. A vampire fighting against a spirit, I think. Not sure, it seems mostly like it's just a nice blue painting with a fiercely red spear here that still seems cool and white colored because of this light hair mostly. Could have been anything. Cemetery Illuminator is a 3-mana spirit that looks really gruesome with the lines, and that we can see that the spirit doesn't have a body but does have a skull. Okay. It's a mythic spirit, a 3-mana flying 2/3. Whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, exile a card from a graveyard. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. I like those effects. Once each turn, you may cast a spell from the top of your library if it shares a card type with a card exiled with Cemetery Illuminator. Oh. So the first one, when it enters the battlefield, I think you have to guess. But then after that, you can see what's on top of your library and you can exile the right card, right? Or can you immediately look at the card when it enters? I'm not sure. But anyways, you can still attack with it later, and then you can probably definitely almost play something from the top of your library, and that's really cool. I like it. Foul Spawn Spider is the blue-green card. Let's see what the archetype is about here. The spider looks vile, that's definitely true. It's a 2/3 with reach, and at the beginning of your upkeep, mill a card. For 4 mana, you may sacrifice it and create a 1/1 green insect creature token for each card in your graveyard. Oh, you can make a lot of spiders here. That's cool. Like you can have like 20 spiders, and that is really dangerous. So that's cool that you can. This is such a strong little guy. Sanguine Statuette. A 2-mana blood statue. When it enters the battlefield, create a blood token. Whenever you sacrifice a blood token, you may have Sanguine Statuette become a 3/3 vampire artifact creature with haste. Oh, you can activate this statue with the blood of your enemies. That's cool. It's really easy to activate as well, and the 2-mana 3/3 is not bad at all. So that is a cool artifact, I think. You can use it at least once and with haste, so that is a strong card in my opinion. Apprentice Sharpshooter is a 3-mana human archer with reach. Classic archer. but also has training, so it sometimes wants to attack to become stronger and defeat some stronger spirits, probably. Innistrad's best archers are trained by the Quiver of Kashyyyk, an order of Cathars who specialize in ranged combat. So I like that we see some weaker units here than on the Mentor Mentor Ravnica creatures. Crawling Infestation is a scary card where we see the skull of a big deer type creature with a lot of insects crawling around it. The mist makes it seem really sickly. It's a 3 mana enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep you may mill 2 cards. So again with the green-blue theme. Whenever one or more creature cards are put into your graveyard from anywhere, you may create another 1/1 green insect creature token. So the second one that makes 1/1 insects. And insects are a little bit of a spooky theme. So definitely right to be here. Binding Geist and Spectral Binding is a creature that turns into a sort of sleep card, where it gives -2/-0 when you disturb it for 2 mana. But the 3 mana card is a 3/1, so it is also useful, and it also already binds someone. The most ghastly part about it is that this spirit looks awful. It's so big, and it's really falling upon someone, and what we see is this human that's just there on the ground, writhing in pain. But what he sees is awful. So always believe the dude when he says he has weird visions, because the visions are probably there. Alchemist's Gambit is a 3 mana sorcery with a really big cleave cost. Take an extra turn after this one. During that turn, damage can't be prevented. And if you cast it for this, so that is really strong. If you cast it for this, at the beginning of that turn's end step, you lose the game. So that is a really big downside. But and you have to exile the card, so you can't reuse it over and over. But you probably can't do that anyways. But the cleave, I think it is to prevent people from making that same mistake. But the cleave spell is 7 mana for an extra turn card, and that is semi what you want to pay, I think, in like standard or something. So dangerous card, but sometimes you just need one more turn, and this one can give it to you. Hiveheart Shaman is a 4 mana human shaman. When it attacks, you may search your library for a basic land that doesn't share a land type with a land you control. That's hard to do sometimes, I think. But the Bee Shaman also makes 1/1 insects. For 6 mana, you may put X +1 counters on the 1/1 insect you created, where X is the number of basic land types among lands you control. So you can get another type of land. You have to have another type of land or you won't get it. And then you have like a 3/3, 4/4, 5/5 maybe insect for 6 mana. I think recursive, if you have 3 types of lands, that's okay, because it also ramps you. I think that's the only reason. Dormant Grove and Gnarled Grove Strider, a 4 mana enchantment. It enters as a grove that is now dormant, but we can see that the hands are a little bit scary if you see it vivid like this. I mean, sometimes the twigs look like arms, but if you see it this obviously, then that's a little bit scary. Definitely with these lights. The enchantment for 4 mana says, at the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1 counter, so +1 theme, I think was in green-white, on target creature you control. Then if that creature has toughness 6 or greater, transform the grove. Okay, so you can distribute the counters as well to stop this from transforming, or you might probably also say that it's big enough. As the natural cycle of day and night grew twisted, old power stirred deep in the Ulvenwald. Far from the blood-soaked wedding, unseen by human eyes, a long slumbering force arose to protect its home. That's cool. That it returns because it is so weird out, and now it returns to protect its home and make a day again. While the others are fighting, he is fixing the whole problem. But it is a 3/6 because 6 is apparently what you need for growth to grow, something like that. It's funny that its own growth helps things grow bigger, and then that effect itself is what transforms him to protect its growth again. And he takes his growth with him. That's cute too. But it has vigilance and gives all your other creatures vigilance too. Not sure why. Why does it give vigilance? Really not sure. Maybe really not sure. Maybe because you have to watch out because now there's a giant tree. I don't know. Another fun thing. Oh no, it's not really that way. I wanted to say if you have this one already, then you can have more when you let this enter, and then at the beginning of your combat you can have it transformed because you can put 1+1 counter on this with this, and then it transforms again, something like that. And you have to. It doesn't really work. Fearful Villager and Fearsome Werewolf is a guy with a hat who runs away from wolves, and now he still has a hat, but he's a werewolf, and the people run from him. It's a 3-mana creature with menace on both sides and no other abilities. So it's just a 2/3 that gains 2 power and no toughness actually. But it's way more menacing, of course. And this one has menacing as well. I don't know why he's fearful. He's apparently scary. They would be scared of him probably. Well, there are more than 2, so maybe that doesn't work. But they are here too. No, not sure. When Harold, which is his name apparently, ran from the wolves, the others called him a coward. Come nightfall, they were the ones fleeing in terror. Karma, as we see with a lot of werewolves. Hamlet Vanguard is a really cool looking guy that looks like the arena guy, the planeswalker dude. The 3-mana human warrior here has Ward 2. Whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, counter it unless that player pays 2. It is vanilla now apparently, but it's hexproof, but you have to pay 2 mana and then you can go around it. And 2 mana because he has 2 shields. That's cool. Hamlet Vanguard enters the battlefield with 2+1 counts on it for each other non-token human you control. Whoa. So with 1 you have a 1/1. With 2, well, with 1 other human you have a 3/3. With 2 other humans you have a 5/5. And I don't think it's that hard to get 3 humans, and then it's a really big dude. So yeah, awesome. And I like the art. I see it's from Pendersky. Probably that's why. Sheltering Bows, 3-mana enchantment, aura. When it enters the battlefield, you draw a card and you give a creature some chunk. We're not at odds with the woods. How could we be when we share so many enemies? Meryl, Dawnheart Witch. I thought the witches were triarchs anyways, but apparently they just see the woods as valuable allies. Foreboding Statue is a head that is protruding from the ground. It's a 3 mana mana rock, where every time you use it, you may put an omen counter on it. And then if there are 3 or more, you may transform this head, and it will erupt from the sands with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weapons swirling around him, which my mouse is doing now as well, which you probably can't see. Anyways, nope. I was pointing at things. It doesn't even work. But it's a 5/5, which does take you 3 turns, so it's on turn 6 that you can get this. But at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, you may add 1 mana of any color anyways. So it still is a mana rock. I like that part. The flavors say, as the sand eroded, a faint sound could be heard whirling under the ground. Oh, wow. So it's whirling, so these things are whirling around, but he was in the sand. So because he was in the sand and he is a huge thing that turns around, he put himself in the earth. And that is why we see these weird bangs here. Because he was turning himself like a drill into the sand. And now he is out, but it probably will get drilled into the ground really quickly anyways. Forsaken treasure, that's why. Because he's forsaken to be drilled into the ground indefinitely. Ah. Word not for the cultists... for the cultists' final curiosity, the terrible machine might have lain dormant for decades more. So someone touched this dude. But they were hearing the drumming. Oh well. Who made this then? There's some artificer who makes really weird contraptions. And even the sky is twirling with the guy. That's how hard he is making tornadoes. Unhallowed Phalanx. That is a really nice coordination for zombies. A 5 mana zombie soldier. It ends the battlefield tapped. But then it is a really good defense with 13 toughness. Really chunky. Awesome. In case any of you new recruits were wondering, this is why we don't use mass graves anymore. So they put these guys in one grave, and now they are one big... now they will stay together forever. That's really cute, man. Karen of the Mausoleum Guards. That's really cute. You can't stop it, but it probably won't hurt you much either, because well, these hands can't even reach past the thing. But almost a joke, but the toughness sometimes really helps, and this can attack in a toughness matters deck. This is really strong. Dollhouse of Horrors. I hate it already. 5 mana for a kitchen. For 1 mana, you may exile a target creature, a creature card from your graveyard. Create a token that's a copy of the exiled card, except it's a 0/0 construct artifact in addition to its other types. And it has, this creature gets +1/+1 for each construct you control. So it's at least a 1/1, it's a copy of your creature, and I will never play it. Whispering Wizard. Is this, no, this is Ivold. Oh, that's the guy from Consider. We have seen Consider before. Yeah, that's cool. 4 mana human wizard. It's a 3/2. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a spirit. Once per turn. Not the best version of it, but it's still cool. Ivold was aghast. Ghast? Get it? When his device revealed the full scope of the Geist infestation. So there were at least 8 spirits, but probably more. Welcoming Vampire is welcoming, and she says, do you want some tea? And you say yes, but then she will drink from your blood. You may question what is more valuable. They have 2 arts. Here the flavor says, from the moment they arrived, wedding guests were met with a pageant of wealth and access. Because she wants you to stay, because she wants to eat you. A 3 mana 2/3 with flying, that's pretty good. Whenever one or more other creatures with power 2 or less enter the battlefield under your control, draw a card. Oh. Okay. It's creatures, so it works with tokens as well. But it is again only once per turn. I think otherwise it would be a little bit too strong. And cool here from Christian Angle that we see the blood flowing up into the cups. She's pouring tea. It's not tea, it's blood already. So she is welcoming, but probably only to other vampires then. It would be really creepy if you see someone and they are pouring. They say, do you want some tea? You say yes. And they are pouring it. And the red tea flows out and all the way up into your cup, I think. Especially if they smell like this. I would try to run and get eaten anyway. Cartographer's Survey is a 4 mana sorcery. Nice card as well. Nice. Look at the top 7, not 6 this time. Cards of your library, put up to 2 land cards from them upon your battlefield. Tapped. Put the rest on the bottom. So that is a 4 mana, get 2 lands. Most of the time. She monitors the roads in every province, which is a weird work to do because there are a lot of horrors on Innistrad. Mapping safe routes through hunting grounds and haunting grounds alike. Haunting grounds and haunting grounds? They have my humor. Vampire's Kiss from Ilsegord, another cool artist with a kiss, but also a little bit of a blood ripple here. It's a 2 mana sorcery. Target player loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. And then you can create 2 loot tokens. Get it? Loot, blood, loot. Yeah. Young vampires gorge themselves at every... I need to tweet this. Do you sometimes have that feeling? I'm just going to do it right now. Is it weird that I will do this? I figured it out. Blood tokens are loot tokens. Loot. Loot. Blood. And then put 1 hair. That's okay. Back to what I was doing. I'm so sorry. But a little bit of a bloody cantrip. And I haven't seen the vampire trope where you have to deal damage, per se. But young vampires gorge themselves at every meal. But their elders have learned to savor the smallest bite. So this is an old vampire. They're savoring it. They're like... Can you see that? Can you see the smell? It's like, I like this a little bit. Yeah. Undead Butler. It's a 2 mana zombie. When it ends the battlefield, you mill 3 cards. So it's a butler. And the other zombies are looking at him. He is like the main dude of the restaurant. And he is telling everyone what to do. And everyone else is like, oh, I know how to do that. When it dies, you may exile it. When you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. So it will return another butler to the battlefield. What a good guy. Doing his work even by sacrificing his own body. Cool. Necro Duality is a 4 mana enchantment. It's a mythic. And it's about Geralf's prowess continues to grow. He can now replicate my own creations with near perfect accuracy. So he's giving him a compliment, Ludovic is, because Geralf is now almost as good as him. Whenever a non-token zombie enters the battlefield under your control, create a token that's a copy of that creature. So there are now 2 token doublers in this set. That's getting out of hand. They are in 3 colors combined, but still cool. And how this works is Geralf makes a 2-sided zombie, and they rip out from each other so that they can be 2 zombies now. So every time he makes a zombie now, he makes 2, stitches them together just to know that they will rip apart from each other. That's not efficient. More zombies. I need to be really small for this one. The Catapult Fodder and the Catapult Captain. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control 3 or more creatures that each have toughness greater than their power. Oh, so like the 113. Transform the dude into Catapult Captain, where we can see that he throws them away if you have 3 of those dudes in your catapult. In the art there are 4, I think. This one is, let's say, 4.5. Maybe these dudes also don't have a down. Oh, these 2 also don't have a down body, and then it's 1, 2, 3.5. But why do they have more toughness than their power, these dudes? I don't know. Sacrifice another creature. Target opponent loses life equal to the sacrificed creature's toughness. That's cool because it works with the 113. If you can sacrifice that, you will deal 13 damage to target opponent's life. Yo, that's better than the red damage dealer card. And they're more than happy to share the wealth. That is a deck already. You have 8 cards. You're welcome. Cloaked Cadet. 5 mana human ranger with training. Whenever this creature attacks, well, we know what training does. This guy is training, but he does seem old, but that's because he is so well in cloaking himself. Whenever one, and he has 2 power, the first training card that has more than 1. Whenever 1 or more +1 counters are put on 1 or more humans you control, so it's a type of +1 synergy again, draw a card once a turn. Oh, is this a cycle? Once draw a card once a turn. Had not noticed that, but I think it's a cycle, and I just I'm seeing it now. But you will need 3 powered creatures for this Hatchet Man. Here we have Edgar and his 3 reincarnations. One of them being a little bit well, interesting. Edgar, Charmed Groom himself, is a lord for the vampires, which is fitting. And I need to put myself here for these. Let's save that. When he dies, you may transform the dude, and he becomes a coffin, but he's probably in the coffin, I assume. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may create a vampire token 1/1 with lifelink and put a bloodline counter on Edgar. If you have done that 3 times, you may remove the counters and transform him back. And then he is a lord for the 3 1/1 lifelink creatures, which are now 2/2s. So he is immortal. He often goes to sleep when he doesn't see something that is interesting to him. And he doesn't really care for the world. He just wants to be entertained. Which is apparently the same for Dracula the Voyager, which is already a vampire. But Dracula's origin story is from him being a sort of noble traveling the world and wanting to savor the tastes, let's say. And then he felt like there was so much to taste that now he is a vampire. But here he is already a vampire. It is in the hold, perhaps in one of these boxes. I'll unscrew them one by one and see. You work the helm. He will eat you. But then, casket of native earth? I don't know what that means, but I think it's funny that here you can still see Dracula in this box. And he has some weird hair here. Why is he so different? Not sure. Gutter Skulker. Oh no. Another one of these aspect cards, I think I will call them. The spirit is a skulker, and when you get this aspect, you will get icy hands that help you climb the top of the sewer system. And what is the ability of this aspect? Your creature can't be blocked when it's attacking alone. The flavor says, geists have a knack for showing up wherever they're least expected. Some people take that as an inspiration. Same dude. Estwald Shield Basher. Bashing 2 zombies at once in a massive shield bash. 4 mana, human soldier, 4/2. When it attacks, pay 1 mana if you want, and if you do, it becomes indestructible. That's cool. That's a strong attacker again. I like these white cards here. They're really strong. The door to her home survived the fires of the Malignus. Now it's her greatest weapons. Okay, the shield is a door, and it is the door of her old home. That's cute. Curse of Hospitality. Hey, it's a 3 mana aura curse of a human that is a little bit, well, dead, and the vampires are shooting at her. You may enchant player, not target player, just player. Creatures attacking enchanted player have trample. So the curse is that you have to be hospitable to anyone on Innistrad, which is awful. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to an enchanted player, that player exiles the top card of their library. Until end of turn, that creature's controller may play that card, and they may spend mana as though it were mana. How cruel. No one likes that happen to them. No, that's just mean. That's just mean. That's just mean. Whenever a creature as well. Oh no. Okay. That's so mean. Sorry, shouldn't laugh about this. Belligerent Guest. Another one of the alternate art dudes. This one goes from goth lady to more noble goth lady or something like that, I think I would say. The guest comes into your house and steals your blood and makes a weird stack of it as well, according to Jason A. Angle. Or they slash your vial and they drink from it like that. What it does is 3 mana, 3/2 with trample, already better than the other one. Whenever it deals common damage to a player, create a blood token. Probably get one out of this. And there will be a lot of looting, a lot of sacrificing. That's what I can say about it. Distracting Geist and Clever Distraction. So I think I have one of these ghosts in my home as well. I'm distracted all the time. I never did enjoy studying Set the Spirit, who is a 3 mana 2/1. When it attacks, it may distract one creature from the player that is defending. And then their aspect is the Clever Distraction, where someone is distracted by all the papers flying around. And it's better than studying anyway, right? And the creature gets the tap target creature ability. Here we have Olivia, the prime card of this set. And interestingly, like I said, the gown is not really here that much because we see this, but not this part of the gown, but it is still there. And then we see these wisps. These are the spirits of her enemies. And maybe the spirits is what Kaeya is fighting outside. Olivia, or the Sisters of Undead, are 6 mana vampire noble with flying and haste, and it's a 3/4. When they attack, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, tapped and attacking as well. So you can return really big Recluse with this. It gains when you don't control a legendary vampire. Exile this creature. So you need Olivia or Edgar, or does Sorin count? Are they a vampire? I'm not sure. I think they are. But you need them to keep those returned creatures. Yeah, her Grand Wedding has one goal: to unite the vampire bloodlines under her rule. So we see her goal here. Traveling Minister, a 1 mana human cleric with tap it to give target creature +1/+0, and you gain 1 life. You have to use this before combat. Okay. Didn't need that, I think. But we can see this guy is traveling around and strolling around their white mist. Priests of the Zagardian sect travel to the farthest reaches to spread hope and healing, even in the darkest times. Cute. And here we have Markov Waltzer. We see that Olivia is resurrecting the Markov people. And the Markov people, they just want to party again. They like parties. They have been resurrected. They were going to sleep because their life was boring, and now they have a party, a big party, and they like it. So now he says, "I will lead." Which is funny because it probably tells us that he is going to dance with probably another man. And cool. 4 mana 1/3 flying haste. At the beginning of combat on your turn, up to 2 target creatures you control each get +1/+0 until end of turn. Or it will mean that he is going to dance with 2 other people, and that is funny as well, because if you are waltzing with 3 other people, you will have a perfect little sync. That's cool, right? Or am I the only one that finds that cool? Probably. Or it could work with itself, but it's other creatures, so it doesn't work like that. Blood Petal Celebrant is a 2 mana vampire. It has first strike when it's attacking, and when it dies, it creates a blood token. So it's a vampire, but when they die, they have some blood left to give. Oh, so these petals were blood. Okay, cool. That's a sort of new. No. Thanks. There are probably some locations for as new. Not sure what that is, Google, but that's okay. You're trying your best. Sorry, I'm a little bit taken aback by that. But it's cool that they found a little bit of dance for their culture, and that's new. It's probably because at big parties people often show their new stuff, and these blood petal dances are a new addition, and we have seen them in the Kaeya card as well. Bloody Betrayal, again the blood petals, which I now begin to notice. The 3 mana sorcery, gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap it, it gains haste, and you create a blood token from out of them. And the betrayal saying, of course, that the guy is now on the vampire side. Skyward Scap is a 5 mana zombie drake. Ever seen a zombie drake? I don't think so. It's a flying 2/5, not the best, but it's chunky. When it enters the battlefield, you may exile 2 creature cards from your graveyard if you do draw a card. So it works with the cards you have milled in the blue-green archetype mostly. If I wanted all the parts to match, I wouldn't have become a Stitcher. Barton, the Stitcher. We can see that the parts that don't really match. But did he take Angel Wings? That's awful. More forests and swamps and mountains and plains and islands. This time we see these lands where we see the vampire, the plains where we see the, how do you say it, fireworks in the background, the forest where we see a card here, so it's not alone. We see the blood moon in the mountain. We see a swamp with the Kaeyageist again. Oh, the Kaeyageist is everywhere. On all of these lands there is a Kaeyageist. Even on the watery island where we see the Kaeyageist in the bottom left of the art. That's cool. A little bit like the Ixalan vibes. That's awesome. One moment. Right. So that's cool. Let's see if the other lands have that as well later. Wretched Throng is a 2 mana zombie horror. Definitely a horror. That doesn't look good. When it dies, you may search a library for a card named Wretched Throng again. So it spits out another of himself. And that spits out another of himself. And it's already screaming because it's gonna spit out another of itself. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Again. Beltstad Qatar recruit. Last words. I love it. Runo Stromkirk. And Crothus, Lord of the Deep. Runo is I think the progenitor of the Stromkirk. Maybe, or at least the leader. When he enters the battlefield, put up to 1 target creature card from your graveyard on top of your library. Okay, you get it sort of back. At the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. You may reveal the card. If a creature with mana value 6 or greater is revealed this way, transform Runo. So, mill a 6 mana card, put it back on top of your library, and you may transform Runo almost instantly into Crothus, Lord of the Deep, which is a 3 mana 3/5 with flying, which is really strong already. But whenever it attacks, create a tapped and attacking token that's a copy of another target attacking creature. Whoa. If that creature is a Kraken, Leviathan, Octopus, or Serpent, create 2 of those tokens instead. Ooh, Octopus Tribal is back. That's awesome. It's legendary, doesn't work with itself. But play it in your Kraken deck, or your Octopus deck, or your Leviathan deck, or all of them, because they often play together, I think. Cool. All your deep creatures, you can create 2 more 8/8s. I haven't seen any, I think. So let's see if we can see a Kraken, Leviathan, or Octopus, or Serpent in this set. Restless Bloodseeker is another alternate art thing where we can see they are restless. They are restless here. They taste, they are like, I want more. And then when they've tasted enough, they revel in the blood and they are blood soaked with the blood petals, which we see again. Man, we really are starting to notice. And here, does he have a glass of wine or blood on his head? Because if so, then that's amazing. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained a life this turn, create a blood token. and then sacrifice 2 to transform. Restless Bloodseeker. I read this as activate only as 3/3 as a sorcery, but that's not what it meant. It becomes at the beginning of your end step, you still create a blood token, but this time you can pay 5 mana to drain your opponent for 2. But it is a finisher nonetheless. Screaming Swarm is a bird horror that is an octopus. I mean, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 6, 7, 8. Here's a little one. It is an octopus. 6 mana, 4/4. Whoa, 4/4. Oh, it's a swarm. It's not one bird. Okay. With flying, whenever you attack with 1 or more creatures, target player mills that many cards. Okay, it's a mill card. 3 mana, put it from your graveyard into your library second from the top. It keeps coming and it keeps coming and it keeps coming and it keeps coming. I don't like these birds. Panicked Bystander becomes a cackling culprit, which is why here you see that the dude is dead. He is holding his spot already, and now he has taken his hand. Again, the hand fetish. But okay, need to show the stat line because it is. Oh, yeah, it's here as well. It's a 3/5 when it transforms. 2 mana, 3/5. Whenever the Panic Bystander or another creature you control dies, you gain 1 life because they like it. And at the beginning of your end step, if you gained 3 or more life this turn, transform the dude. It's not too hard to do without lifelink here. Help, there's been a horrible murder. Ha, they fall for it every time. You still gain 1 life for every creature that dies on your side. But you can also give the 3/5 Death Touch. I think the life gain deck is really strong. Backsung Pup. You think the puppy is alone, but then you look 1 second longer and you see all the other eyes in the darkness from April Prime. Cool name. A 2 mana 1/1 at the beginning of combat on your turn. If you control another wolf or werewolf, put a +1 counter on the pup. When it dies, you gain life equal to its power. So the green-white +1 counter theme, but also a little bit of the life gain that is in that color combination. A wolf pup is always dangerous, because a wolf pup is never alone. And it keeps growing with its pack, because it's learning from them. It's a sort of training card as well, I like that. Anya, Mate of Dishonor. So Anya has had a card before. She's a little bit of a crazy person. And she is a mate for the wedding. But that's only because of her status. And I think there have been some jokes about her. And she's really sad about it. I think that's the case. Whenever Anya and or one or more other vampires enter the battlefield under your control, create a blood token. She's drinking a lot of blood. I think that's also why she is a Maid of Dishonor, because she drinks too much. For 2 mana, sacrifice another creature or a blood token. I think that's more easy. Each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. That's a really strong ability there. But doesn't work with Madness. That's a little bit sad. Would have liked if it was a little bit of a discard thing, or maybe a sacrifice thing even, but there's nothing about the Madness here. I don't know. Maybe they are overcoming their madness with their addiction of blood, something like that. Poor woman. Cruel Witness is a 4 mana bird horror, the second bird horror, no octopus yet. It's a 4 mana flying 3/3. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, look at the top card of your library. It's a Surveil, which is cool because it's a witness and with all the eyes that it's surveilling. I escaped, so why do I still feel like I'm being watched? Cradle, Militia leader. Because the witness is everywhere. And we can see the hanging people in the background. That's a little bit of a yikes there. Old Routine is the reincarnation of Old Stick Fingers. I made it up yesterday. It's a 3 mana legendary human peasant. When Rodstein enters the battlefield or at the beginning of your upkeep, mill a card. If a land card is milled this way, create a treasure token. Okay, so you gain a mana anyways. If a creature card is milled this way, create an insect. So you gain a little creature. If a non-creature non-land card is milled this way, create a blood token. So you get an artifact. Okay, cool. You get the worst version of the card that you milled. Siphon Essence is a 3 mana instant, counter target creature or planeswalker spell, create a blood token. It's an artifact. The third step in creating a Scap requires draining the body of blood and replacing it with Viscous Vitae, a mixture of angel's blood and lamp oil. Gross. That's a gross. Biolume Egg becomes Biolume Serpent. 3 mana 0/4, so toughness greater than its power. Defender, when it enters, scry 2. When you sacrifice the egg, return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. You want to sacrifice this, but how do you? Serpents leave their eggs in the cold and inky depths. I think it's supposed to be hard to sacrifice this. Sacrifice 2 islands, Biolume Serpent can't be blocked this turn, and it's a 4/4, so that's a little bit scary. Knowing their hatchlings are more fearsome than anything else that might come along. Oh. So they leave them in the depths because they don't want to be near, but also because they don't care, because they are probably scarier than anything else. And that is why they can be bioluminescent as well, because they don't care if they're being found out. Mulch, sounds gruesome, is a 2 mana sorcery. Reveal the top 4 cards of your library, put all land cards revealed this way into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. So not ramp, on this card advantage. Tread carefully, you remember what happened in the last quiet, peaceful clearing. Alana to Elena. So the 2 sisters telling each other, be careful. But it's milling anyways, so that is the strong part about the green card. Green is really in the middle of the green blue-black milling archetype here. And I think that's the main purpose of the card. Thalia, of course, a massive card. And Mina Harker, the same card, but in the real world vampire thing. Our dear Madame Mina is once more our teacher. Her eyes have been where we were blinded. Now we are on the track once again. And this time we may succeed. It's the same card as before. It's a reprint actually. 2 mana 2/1 with First Strike. Add non-creature spells, cost 1 more to cast. So you want to play this in a... Like I said, why it's going to be really strong. You want to play this in a creature deck. Your opponent will not be able to cast the spells that they wanted on turn 2 or 3. And that is the strong part about this. Magali Villeneuve also made this art, and you can see it from the hair here, which is really her style. I think that's the most notable thing that I always notice about it. And she made the alternate one as well. I think that's cool. Thraben belongs to the living. I will not rest until it is cleansed. And of course they have the same types of personality as the real versions of them, which is cool. Blood Hypnotist also has an alternate art. The first one is really... Oh, they both draw a heart on their victim's cheek, and apparently that's enough to hypnotize them into being, well, like that. They can't block, but whenever you sacrifice 1 or more blood tokens, target creature can't block this turn either. So they don't want to block, they don't care. They don't feel the responsibility, but they can also make others not feel responsible anymore. Arvon was ecstatic to offer his blood to such a captivating creature. A really big theme in this set is that men are simps for female vampires. Headless Rider, a 3 mana zombie. Whenever it or another zombie that's non-token dice, create a new 2/2 black zombie creature token. He wanders to the moorlands, hoping to one day chop off a head worthy of replacing his own. So he has 5 heads, but he doesn't use them, and he doesn't use the horse's head either. A 3/1. Hero's Downfall is a 3 mana. Kill Odric, or destroy target creature or planeswalker. Odric resisted the vampire's curse with all of his strength, but after a lifetime of fighting monsters, he was doomed to become one himself. So he had the vampire's curse in him. Maybe he was bitten already, and now he is turned. Let's see how many pages there are. You can see that I am just working in Google Slides. 263. Let's see, that's like 3 hours. Is that okay? Yeah, that's okay. Let's get some coffee and see you in a minute. Looking at the set card.
Working on like production really help, you know what I'm saying? That's from the time our last album, that's what we've been doing on this time period, working on our beats, production, working on our
always a jam. Yeah, let's go on. Gluttonous Guest has... No, we haven't seen this before. I just remembered it. It's a 3 mana 1 for a vampire, so another chunky butt vampire. When it ends the battlefield, create a blood token again. Whenever you sacrifice a blood token, you gain 1 life. So a synergy with the blood tokens that is continuous for the first time, without transforming and just being a one-time thing. So they drink a lot and you gain life from it because they have so much fun. Something like that. I need to go save my stuff. One moment. I saved my stuff. Yeah, so that's cool. The first synergy card with it, and I think you will want to pick it up soon in draft. Splendid Reclamation is a revisit to Ren and 7, but also a revisit to the card. 4 mana, return all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So if you mill a lot, you definitely want to play this card as well. Another green-centered mill-focused card. These seeds waited faithfully for the sun to rise again. Now their patience is rewarded. So the sun will return here, and we know it. Yeah. Arm the Cathars is a 3 mana, another card that gives the Cathars their weapons again. One guy got a really short dagger, but until end of turn, target creature gets +3/+3 for the really long sword. Another creature gets +2/+2 for the little bit shorter sword. And another creature gets +1/+1. Those creatures all gain vigilance. They're really eager to get in there. They want to start the battle. The flavor. Faith is a Cathar's greatest weapon, but a Sword of Blessed Silver is a close second. Drogskull Infantry and Armaments is another one of the aspect cycle, which we made up. The 2 mana Spirit Soldier is just a 2/2, and the aspect gives someone the sword and the shield to become +2/+2 as well. The flavors say, he swore to protect the moorlands. A little thing like death was no excuse to break his oath. When he could no longer carry on, he imparted his strength to the one who took up his duty. The one. Not like the others that are saying that they just inspired someone. Lightning Wolf. A 4 mana wolf, which is more like a big dog. A 4/3. Lightning Wolf gains first strike until end of turn. Only as a sorcery, so you have to use it on your turn. These thick-furred wolves have adapted to Stencia's storms. Oh, sure. Channeling their energy into bursts of supernatural speed. It's just a dog. But okay. Abraham van Helsing is actually Savior of Ollenbach. 3 mana human soldier with weird weapons. This one using a stake, but this one is using circles. It has training, it still has to be trained. Abraham apparently still needs to be trained too. That doesn't really fit the person. Abraham van Helsing is the owner of the house of Van Helsing, so he probably doesn't need that much training, like we see here, and this guy either. But whenever Savior attacks, trains, exile up to 1 other target creature card from the battlefield or creature card from a graveyard. You can exile a creature from the battlefield. Oh, okay, so you can get creatures from your graveyard, and then when it leaves the battlefield, you may put them onto the battlefield under your control, so you can return creatures with the card as well. Whoa, that's really strong. This is definitely a mythic, and white is definitely the strongest color in the set, which is which has been a long time. Reclusive Taxidermist or Quincy Harker. A 2 mana dog lover, where we see 2 mana 1/2 that gets +3/+2 as long as there are 4 or more creature cards in your graveyard. So this is not a living dog, it's one that's been set up, I think. And it is a mana dog, so that's okay for 2 mana as well. But it can become a 4/4, which is the strong part. The flavors, let me get my weird mouse over here, say all druids seek to preserve nature, but some go about it in rather unnatural ways. Well, we do too. But the Quincy Harker one says, we want no proofs, we ask none to believe us. This boy will someday know what a brave and gallant woman his mother is. Uh-oh, this one's just training dogs or something. Weird. Lay to Rest. 4 mana enchantment. That looks cool. Colin Boye. A swirling mass of petals. Whenever a human you control dies, draw a card. Cool. Whenever a creature you control with a +1 counter on the dice, you gain 2 life. Okay. We are not here to mourn their loss. We are here to celebrate their lives. Vesna Donard Witch. Cool. I like that as well, but it's kind of the green thing as well, right? Where death is not the end, you have to persevere. Torrance, Fist of the Angels, and Dr. John Seward. A 3 mana 2/2 human cleric that is just about fighting, and John Seward apparently is not, but okay. He has a mace that's like a lamppost almost, and the human cleric has training, so it's a 2/2 with training. Whenever you cast a creature spell, create a 1/1 with training. That's cool. They grow with him. Oh, that's so awesome. I like this. White's really the strongest card here, and I think you want to pair it with green most of the time. But John Seward also has a flavor text. He seems absolutely imperturbable. Imperturbable. I can fancy what a wonderful power he must have over his patience. Scary. Doomed Dissenter. We know this one. A 2 mana 1/1 that creates a 2/2 black zombie creature token when it dies. The most dangerous place to be in Kashyyyk is not a place. It's to be alone. Sure. Crushing Canopy. We know this one as well. A 3 mana instant. Destroy target creature with flying or enchantment. The forests of this world are unafraid to assert themselves, sorry. And we can see the little bit of the Ren tree themes here as well. And I think this is true for every world. So Ren is not really making a weird observation here. Snarling Wolf is a reprint from the previous set even. It's a 1 mana wolf 1/1. Snarling Wolf gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Activate it only once each turn. Oh, thank the angels. It's not a werewolf, just a regular Bruno Ulvenwold guide. Last words again. The second card with last words in the flavor, which is a very Innistrad thing to say. Howling Moon is a 3 mana enchantment where the moon is actually howling this time. It's not the wolf that's howling. That's cool. The sheep are coming towards it apparently. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target wolf or werewolf you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Okay. Continuous growth. Whenever an opponent casts their second spell each turn, create a 2/2 green wolf creature token. So when it becomes day, is that what it is? Yeah, when it becomes day. Second spell is when it becomes day. You create a 2/2 green wolf creature token. So you can make it night. they want to turn it back to day, and you get a wolf to protect yourself long enough to let it become night again. I think that's the whole point of this. And the sheep they always fall for it. Skull Scap is a 2-mana zombie. With exploit, you may sacrifice a creature to create a 2/2 black zombie creature token, but it does so whenever a creature you control exploits a non-token creature. Okay, so you can still use this to sacrifice a token as well, but you probably want to do it to like the 1/1 that makes another zombie to get 2 zombies total back. Okay, Skull Scap because he has skulls, and he creates zombies because he likes skulls. Desperate Farmer becomes Depraved Harvester. The Desperate Farmer is a 3-mana human peasant that just has had his most important animal slashed, I think, or drank blood from, and the sheep are looking really scary here. A tragic moment pushed him to a blasphemous act. Oh, he did it! What? Whenever another creature you control dies, you transform the dude to Depraved Harvester. Oh, he has returned his own horse. That's cool. He's still human, he's not a zombie yet. And the crows are following him because they know what will happen. He's just a 4/3 with lightning, but once he had tasted that dark power, there was no turning back. I like the story, but it's a little bit sad. Ooh. Speaking about cats, what are we doing here? Come here. We got mischievous Kaeyageist here. We need to make the smaller, but we also don't, right? Mischievous Kaeyageist is a 2-mana cat spirit. It's a cat spirit. It's about you, man. It's about you. It deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. And they do deal combat damage to players. It has Disturb, so that you can bring the aspect back, which is the cat-like curiosity that this woman gets. And the cat's looking at her, because maybe they know that this is a cat spirit that she is playing with. The flavor from the cat says, I never get any knitting done, but I don't entirely mind. Ah, that's cute. They don't mind. They want to play together. They want to have these. You don't. Oh, you can have your freedom again. He was destroying my table anyway. But cool. I like the aspect cycle. Ulvenwald Oddity and Ulvenwald Behemoth. Awful. This deer is fighting back against the wolves with his new belly. The Oddity was bad, but the Behemoth was better. I know it's worse. But a 4-mana trample haste 4/4, not bad, but you can for 7 mana transform the dude into an 8/8 trample haste. The haste is a little bit extra here too, but of course that's it. If you want to play it for 4 plus 7 is 11 mana, then that's fine too. But here, other creatures you control also get +1/+1 and have trample and haste. So it gives other people, other creatures from your side, here we have Voldaren Bloodcaster, the dangerous part as well, because he inspires the wildness. We have Helena and Elena talking to each other. Obviously it's dangerous, but I've never seen anything like it. This could be an entirely new species. I say we follow it. We've learned enough. I say we run. Okay. Voldaren Bloodcaster, a 2-mana vampire wizard 2/1 with flying. That's already very good. Whenever it or another non-token creature you control dies, create a blood token. Whenever you create a blood token, nice. If you control 5 or more blood tokens, transform it into Blood Bat Summoner. At the beginning of combat on your turn, up to 1 target blood token you control becomes a 2/2 black bat creature with flying and haste in addition to its other types. That's awesome. So she creates bats from the blood. I like that. And also there is some flavor here. And also there's another Dracula, the vampire of choice, of course. But Bloodbat Summoner says, humans throw rice and release doves at their weddings. How quaint. She throws blood petals, as we have seen before, and bats. Dracula, Lord of Bats, and Dracula, Lord of Blood does exactly the same thing, of course, but Dracula's Lord of Bats card says, do you mean to tell me that Lucy was bitten by such a bat? His love for Lucy was weird, but it was there. Foldaron Estate is a land. It's a colorless land, but you can pay 1 life and add 1 mana of any color if you spent it on a vampire spell. For 5 mana you can create a blood token, which costs 1 less to activate for each vampire you control. So with 5, you can do that for free. It's not the best ability, but it's a land ability, and it can be free, and then it's really good. Then it's okay, I mean. Evolving Wild, we know this, but the flavor says, spend too much time scanning the shadows for evil, and you'll never see the beauty our world has to offer. True, enjoy her stuff, because otherwise you will die like Katilda did. Nabelgast Beguiler. That's a cool name, man, being a Beguiler. 5 mana spirit, 1 mana, tap target creature. Dangerous, strong, a little bit overcosted, but white's the best color here. A moment of distraction, an hour. Of course. Oh. The spirit distracts the people and they lose their track. And they were lost at sea forever. Dig Up is a wolf paw card, a 1 mana sorcery, where you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. What? Oh, okay. But you can also pay 4 mana to get any land from your library, put it into your hand, then shuffle. And you don't have to reveal it because you don't have to show that it's a basic land. I don't know why they put this between brackets as well. You can cheat that way. That's a weird thing. Usually they say reveal it because you need to reveal it to show that it's a land card or it's a basic land card. But this time, apparently they don't care if it's just a land card. No, I don't know. I think this is not smart, but okay. Cool. Things buried on Innistrad rarely seem to, if they would say, oh, it's not even a land card. Oh, I didn't even see that. Then okay, it's fine. But okay, so it's a 4 mana vampiric tutor otherwise. I was saying. Okay. Then I understand why they put this in brackets as well. And then it's a really strong card. I was thinking about this. This is really weak, but no, it's really strong. And any card is always good. Things buried on Innistrad rarely seem to stay that way. True. Aaron Blessed Geist is a geist blessed by the angel that is left besides Lisa. 5 mana, 3/3 flying. For 4 mana you may exile the dude and create 2 white herons, I guess. You can only do this as a sorcery. So it's a 4 mana, 3/3 flying. For 5 mana, 3/3 flying. And then for 4 mana later you can create 2 birds with it. Spirits, but so we have Infestation Expert. It's a 5 mana human werewolf. It's a 3/4. It's not a 3/4 because she is so strong. It's a 3/4 because she needs a set line because it's a 5 mana card. Whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, create a 1/1 green insect creature token. Okay, so you can make like 1 or 2 maybe, but probably just 1 because attacking with this is way too dangerous. There's only so many times you can take being asked what's bugging you. And apparently the werewolf was asking this. And whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, you can create 2 insect creature tokens. Because whenever it's exerted or whenever it uses energy, the insects take some of that energy and multiply, which is gross. Really gross. And it's a 4/5, so it will be easier to attack with. Fear of Death is a 2 mana enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, mill 2 cards, and enchanted creature gets -X/-0, where X the number of cards in your graveyard. So at least -2/-0, and then it can become more and more, and the power will be obsolete later. Does work into the have more toughness than power archetype. Courier Bat is a 3 mana flying 2/2 bat. When it enters the battlefield, if you gain life this turn, return up to 1 target creature card from the graveyard to your hand. Not to the battlefield, but this one brings back a vampire that was already dead. The Blood Petals again, that's cool. Swarms of bats poured from Lurenbraum Fortress, carrying wedding invitations to vampires of every bloodline. So the Lurenbraum vampire wizards were the ones that set up the barrier that make you need an invitation to get in. And they apparently also gifted out these invitations. They are the ones that were asked to make the letters. Allenbach Escort. We have seen Allenbach once before with the Protector. That was really strong. This is a 1 mana human cleric. 1/1. It has Vigilance and sacrifice it. Target creature you control with a +1 counter on it gains lifelink at indestructible until end of turn. Okay. So it can be strong if you have a lot of +1 counters. But you put it on the... The nice thing is that you can put the +1 counters on the strong card already, because then you have the protection. Stay in the light, so you're incentivized to be greedy. Stay in the light, I don't know what lurks in those shadows. And I would like to keep it that way. So we just ignore the shadows. Overcharged Amalgam is a 4 mana zombie horror with flash and flying. It's 3/3. That's really strong. For its exploit, you may also counter target spell, activated ability or triggered ability. Whoa, that's a strong dude. Okay, nice. I like it. That's a strong card. It's a rare. It should be. Dawnheart Disciple is a 2 mana human warlock, who is very happy with her string. It's a 2/2. So stat line is bear already, and then whenever another human enters the battlefield under your control, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So it can become like a 5/5 sometimes. Our coven finds strength in nature and purpose in serving our communities. So they're making some fun stuff for their friends. Grolnok the Omnivore is a cool card that we see eating a human here that is sulking in his belly, or a zombie maybe. And their arm are outside, which is funny. Here we see them sitting there, and a sort of human face in their body here. Whenever a frog you control attacks, so not really a lot of other frogs here, but you mill 3 cards. That's the green-blue archetype. Whenever a permanent card is put into your graveyard from your library, exile it with a croak counter on it. You may play lands and cast spells from among cards you own in exile with croak counters on them. So probably only will have 1 frog out there, but in the Midnight Hunt set, there was an ability that let you make more frogs on your creatures. So you might use that. Other than that, it's cool that it's a 4 mana 3/3, which is a little bit weak. It will be hard to attack with it. But then you can get maybe 3 cards that you can play if you are a really green-blue deck. So I like that. It has a lot of upside. Persistent Specimen is a 1 mana skeleton. It's just a 1/1. But then you can return it from your graveyard to the battlefield for 3 mana tapped every time. It's recursive, and that is strong. The jawbone's connected to the skull bone. The skull bone's connected to the hook thingy. And he did that wrong. It's not just a hook thingy, okay? You need to do it right. Grawl, Stitcher's assistant. Okay, but he was close. Falcon Rat celebrants are the Falcon Rat people that are also drunk right now. And they also are way too much into blood. They have Menace. It's a 5 mana 4/4 Menace, so that's strong. And it creates 2 blood tokens. Not sure about the blood tokens, but it could be strong. And it's an extra upon a good card already. Parasitic Grasp is a 2 mana instant. The 2 mana version lets you deal 3 damage to target creature. You gain target human creature. You gain 2 life, 3 life, and for 3 mana, so it would be like a lightning helix, which is really strong against humans. But for 3 mana, you can do it to any creature. Some wicked souls linger only to consume the warmth of life. They don't really necessarily want to kill people. They just want the warmth. That is sad more than anything. Spore Crawler is a 3 mana fungus. When it dies, draw a card. Cool. 3 mana 3/2 that replaces itself. Remember to come back in a few years when that fungus has died off. Then we'll see what's in the chest. Okay, they don't want to touch it. Old Rotstein. Old stick fingers. They don't want to touch the fungus. I wouldn't do that either. I think he would probably die. So just wait. I mean, they are probably living longer than you, but don't touch it either. Syncopate is a card that has been reprinted. It's a blue and an X with a really cool flavor text. Counter target spell unless its controller pays X, so it's a little bit of a mana battle. If you have more, you will definitely counter your opponent's creature spell. If the spell is countered that way, exile it instead of putting it into its owner's graveyard, which is good in these recursion sets. Fool! Can't you see the tide has turned against you? They still want to protect themselves. I understand it. Consuming Tide, again the Tide, 4 mana sorcery. The Valia's Tides obey an unforgiving moon. The moon. Each player chooses a non-land permanent they control. Return all non-land permanents not chosen this way to their owner's hands. So return almost everything to their owner's hands. Then you draw a card for each opponent who has more cards in hand than you. So if you had almost no permanents, this is a great card to cast, because then you can draw for each opponent and return way more. So that's a strong card. It's not Cyclonic Rift, but if you just have one creature that you want to make strong, then this is really the card for you. Olivia's Attendance is a 6 mana 6/6 vampire with menace. That is chunky and it's really attacky as well. Whenever it deals damage, create that many blood tokens. So you can like create 6 blood tokens and maybe gain 6 life with the other cards and stuff. It deals 1 damage to any target for 3 mana, which is a little bit overcasted, but you can easily deal 2 damage if you really have nothing else to do with your mana. And otherwise, it's a little bit dangerous as well. Your opponent will not want to block this because you might finish their creatures off. Cool. Into the Night is a card where we see a human transforming in a werewolf, but only their paw tracks, which is cool. A 4 mana sorcery, it becomes night. Discard any number of cards, then draw that many cards plus 1. Cool, I like that. Previously, these effects were like 2 mana for the draw cards, but Becoming Night is apparently 2 mana as well. When lost souls wander into the woods, the wilds have a way of showing them who they really are. If you are lost, you go into the woods. You often find the answers to what you were looking for. I agree. Rahilda, filled in back alpha. Witness the Future is a 3 mana sorcery. Target player shuffles up to 4 target cards from their graveyard into their library. You look at the top 4 cards of your library, then put one of those cards into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Okay. Graveyard hate in a way, and otherwise you can make yourself go infinite because you don't have to exile this if you are a deck that draws too fast or something. Griffwing Cavalry is a 4 mana human knight. Flying training. Oh, nice. Flying training. That's really strong. And we see 2 humans flying on a griffin together because you need to be trained and you can't really ride your motor cycle alone the first time. Whenever it attacks, you may pay 2 mana. If you do target attacking creature without flying, gains flying until end of turn. So you let another creature fly with you. That's cool. Mirror Hole Mimic becomes Ghastly Mimicry. Is this an aspect card? Another one. The 4 mana spirit you may have Mirror Hole Mimic enter the battlefield as a copy of any creature on the battlefield except it's a spirit. That's cool. 4 mana copy is not the cheapest copier that you can have. But still okay. And then you can pay 5 mana to create a token that's a copy of Enchanted Creature. Except it's Spirit. So this goes on and on and on and on. And that's that has potential. And it's also scary for this dude to see himself as a ghost in the mirror. That many times. Too many times. Don't go into a mirror hole on Innistrad. Magma Pummeler is a 2 mana and an X. Massive elemental creature. Which enters with X +1 counters. If damage would be dealt to Magma Pummeler, while it has a +1 counter on it, prevent that damage and remove that many +1 counters from it. When 1 or more counters are removed from Magma Pummeler this way, it deals that much damage to any target. So the amount of damage that it is dealt, it will deal to other targets. I mean, it's a delayed fireball, and you get a creature, so that's I think that's okay. We see red with the big spell mana again, and I like the theme. Ballista Watcher and Ballista Wielder show us that werewolves can be really, really strong. Human Soldier Werewolf stops being a soldier as a werewolf. It's a 4 mana 4/3, where for 3 mana you may deal 1 damage to any target. It's again the 3-to-1 ratio that I don't really like mechanically to have. But it has Nightbound and it becomes this. And the creature also can't block this turn. And you don't have to tap the dude, because here you have to tap the Watcher, because they have a Ballista to wield. Here it's really easy to wield as a gun for the 5/5 chunky boy. Careful, this thing is dangerous. Wouldn't want anyone to get hurt. You do want anyone to get hurt. Someone at least. Otherwise you wouldn't have a Ballista. Or are they just watching it so that no one will use it? But then why don't you just break it or burn it? But okay, they were watching it. They didn't want anyone to shoot the Ballista because it's a dangerous thing. And the Ballista wielder is not that careful. Mind Leech Ghoul is a 2 mana zombie with exploit. Exploit, each opponent exiles a card from their hand. That's okay, you sacrifice a small creature to let all your opponents exile cards. It can exploit itself. It's, seems almost legit here. This still doesn't make you the brains of the operation. Cool color, Gisa. Why? Oh, it's slurping the brains. Oh, that's gross. Okay. It's slurping the brains from a human. Okay. Sawblade Slinger is a 4-mana human archer. This one does not have reach. They have a Sawblade. And they have a massive, massive gun as well. 4-mana 4/3. Choose to destroy target artifact an opponent controls, or fight target zombie an opponent controls. So they are both situational, which makes this a weaker card. And I don't really like it. Mechanically. Flavor-wise, it can destroy an artifact with its saw. Not all artifacts can be destroyed that way. Maybe this is a hammer that she's wielding as well. Not sure. Winged Portent is a flock of deaf birds or bats, or maybe blood bats. It's a 3 mana, draw a card for each creature with flying you control, or 6 mana, draw a card for each creature you control. So in the flying deck, this is really strong. In a non-flying deck, this is really weak. No, it's a murder of crows, not an omen of murder, I think. I think this is, with the skull, an omen of murder. I think it is. Sorry, I'm in the way of another card again. Going here. Innocent Traveler and Malicious Invader, or Lucy Westenra and Lucy, a Risen Vampire. Lucy, again, the wife of Dracula. So, the Innocent Traveler, what it does is at the beginning of your upkeep, any opponent may sacrifice a creature. If no one does, transform the Malicious Traveler, which is a 4-mana 3/3, into Malicious Invader, which is just a 3/3. Why would anyone sacrifice a creature for that? No one would do that, right? No one would do that. A 4-mana 3/3. Flying? No. It can be a 5/3. If you're the human deck, then yeah, sure. But otherwise, why? No one will sacrifice a creature. Get your 4-mana 3/3 flying. Sure. What a downside, man. I'm not sure about this card and why anyone would choose to do that. Aren't you going to invite me in? Yeah, sure, come in. Aren't you going to offer me a drink? Yeah, try your best. I looked at her throat just now as she lay asleep, and the tiny wounds seemed to have healed. Van Helsing raised his lantern and drew the slides by the concentrated light that fell on Lucy's face. We could see that her lips were crimson with fresh blood. Lucy is changed. Sorry, man. Patchwork Crawler is a terrifying zombie horror where it's a 2-mana 1/2. I better hope it's not too strong, because that would be terrifying. No, it looks scary, but not everything that looks scary is scary. Of course. It has all activated abilities of all. I can't freaking. Excuse my French. I said freaking, I'm so sorry. But you may exile target creature card from your I said freaking, and I have this thing on my screen. 3 mana exile target card from your graveyard and put a +1 counter on it. It has all the activated abilities of all creature cards exiled with it. Can become a really strong and terrifying creature. And I think that's the point. It's absorbing all of these hands again. All the hand fetishes are really happy with these sets. Van Helsing's Holy Ward or Circle of Confinement is a 2 mana enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, exile target creature an opponent controls with mana value 3 or less until it leaves the battlefield. Whenever an opponent casts a vampire spell with the same name as the card exiled with the circle, you gain 2 life. So if you are really lucky, you get 6 life for 2 mana, which is okay. So it's mostly about exiling a 3 mana card. Don't worry about the second part, gaining life is not that good. Van Helsing's Holy Ward is a 2 mana enchantment. When it ends the battlefield, exile target creature an opponent. I'm starting to read it up as well. But I think what's funny is that it's a Holy Ward, but it's just a stamp. Apparently that's a Holy Ward. But no, I shouldn't be reading that up twice. It's the same card. Heron of Hope, another Heron. We see him here. The bird dude. It's a 4 mana bird that leaves behind the trail of light, which is apparently hope. It's a 4 mana 2/3 with flying. Not good yet. If you would gain life, you gain that much life +1 instead. Not good on a 4 mana card. And it can gain lifelink, getting you 3 life. Not a good card. Dawnheart Geist is already a ghost for the Dawnhearts. Oh, well, we have had Katilda, of course. But 2 mana Spirit Warlock. The Dawnheart is not that old yet. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, you gain 2 life in an enchantment deck. That is also a life gain deck. That is good. Otherwise, it's really bad. Our bodies may lie slain, but perhaps we can still complete the ritual. I'd rather not spend my afterlife in this wretched eternal night. I understand. Diver Scap is a 5 mana Diver Scap, which looks terrifying as this man's last breath goes away. You may exploit the dude to have target creature's owner put it on the top or bottom of their library. The bottom, of course, meaning that it has drowned in the water. It doesn't need to breathe, but the suit does help keep the parts together. Oh, that's smart. It doesn't need to breathe. Zombies can go underwater. But giving it a suit helps him not fall apart. So if you see a zombie with this kind of suit, just help him take it off. He will fall apart. Undying Malice is a 1 mana instant. Until end of turn, target creature gains. When this creature dies, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control with a +1 counter on it. Classic card, instant, of course, saving your creature, sort of, but letting it die as well. This is good because it also helps you with the it dies effect. Few take kindly to being put in their place, especially if their place is the grave. So they're removing the weapons in their back. And now they're malicious, which I understand. Flourishing Hunter is a hunter with deer things on his head. It's a 6 mana wolf spirit, which explains his weird appearance. I would welcome her into my pack with honor. Arlen Court. Okay. When it ends the battlefield, you gain life equal to the greatest toughness among other creatures you control. So not herself. Probably you get like 3 life. And then it's a 6 mana 6/6. Okay. But it looks beautiful, and that's the most important part about some of these creatures. But also cool that we can have wolf spirits too. Arc Ghoul of Thraben is a 3 mana zombie cleric, where we see the big dude standing with a large spear-like thing. It doesn't look good. They come from Thraben. They are an Arc Ghoul, which is weird because Gisa has this place under her control. Whenever it or another zombie you control dies, look at the top card of your library. If it's a zombie card, you may reveal it and put it into your hand. If you don't put it into your hand, you may put it into your graveyard, which is also good for zombies, but also good for other cards sometimes in this set. So works with spirits, but doesn't live with them. Still cool that you might get more zombies into your hand. That can also let them activate the ability again. Honeymoon Her Hairs is a 3 mana vehicle. A vehicle in the set, I didn't know. Trample at the crew cost is tap 2 untapped creatures you control. Then it becomes a creature. So then it becomes the 5/5 Trample, which is strong. But you need 2 creatures, 2 horses to let the horses, man, to pull it forth. A carriage crafted from the finest materials, horses bred from the finest stock, which I wouldn't do. I would use 2 1/1s. Skulls taken from the finest foes, or 0/1s, even if you want to be really fancy. Rot-Tide Gargantua. A Kraken. The first Kraken that I have spotted. A 5 mana Kraken that you can copy twice with the sea zombie dude. Vampire. A 5 mana Kraken that is eating goats, which is seems really ineffective. When it exploits a creature, each opponent sacrifices a creature. Okay. But the cool part about this is if you copy it twice, you can have it sacrifice 2 other creatures and then, or themselves, and then each opponent sacrifices 2 extra creatures. That's really cool, and you can do that every attack. So that's sort of an Eldrazi. Build your own Eldrazi, it's here. Now that it doesn't need to breathe, its hunting ground extends well beyond the sea. Wait, it wasn't a Kraken before? Oh, it was a Kraken, but now it doesn't need to be in the sea anymore. Oh, now it can go on land too. That's not good. That's not good. Cultivator Colossus is a 7 mana plant beast. Okay, it's nothing, and it has trample, but its power and toughness are each equal to the number of lands you control, so it's like the Multani card and stuff. When it enters the battlefield, you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. Sort of ramp. It's a ramp. If you do, draw a card and repeat this process. So if you have only lands, you can draw your deck. It's a joke, but it's also possible. Okay. So this can become really strong, and then you give it haste and it has trample, and it's a really big dude. I mean, it will be like a 7/7 or an 8/8. It's a cool effect, and can be as strong as you want it to be. So think about it. It also has a city on its back, I think. Here we have Lantern's Lift, which looks really creepy. And Lantern Bearer, which is the spirit side of the dude. But I have turned them around, so we need to begin at the right side. Lantern Bearer is a 1 mana spirit with flying and disturb for 3. It's a cool art from Sultan Boros, and Sultan Boros is of course the perfect person to make jokes, even on Innistrad. We see 2 birds flying around the spirit, and the fun thing is you can't see the spirit, but the lady is still being pulled up by these lanterns. So that's funny. I mean, it would be scary too if you were being pulled up this way. The flavor says Val didn't know what the silent geist was offering, but she knew it would be rude to refuse. So she's going with it. That's nice of her. But flying, 1/1, and for 3 mana you may enchant a creature and give it +1/+1 and flying. So it just strengthens her. It's just offering her to be able to fly. That's it. It doesn't have to be a bad spirit. It can be a good spirit that just wants them to fly. I know why they asked Sultan for this. Dying to serve. They really want to serve. We have seen the butlers before in one other card. It's a 3 mana enchantment. Whenever you discard 1 or more cards, create a tapped zombie. Once each turn. I used to have hired hands, but I discovered they make better weight staff with the rest of the body attached. They used to have hired hands, but they needed the rest of the zombie as well. Graf Reaver. It's a Raver. It's a 2 mana zombie warrior. with exploit, destroy target planeswalker. Okay. Planeswalker hate. Didn't know we needed that here. At the beginning of your upkeep, it deals 1 damage to you. What? For 2 mana 3/3? I don't want that. I would let it exploit itself, maybe, but probably not use it. And it's a rare too. But how weird. Gobbled Lancer is a 1 mana zombie horse. It's a 3/3. I would let this one deal 1 damage to me. Yeah. As an additional cost to cast a spell, exile a creature card from your graveyard. Okay, that's fine. Exile it from your graveyard and draw a card as well. Dang. Don't worry, everyone. I hear hoofbeats. Oh no. Wait, what is it? Is it just a horse with arms? It's not even a centaur. It's just a horse with arms. The Gavany Riders are coming to save us. Not even less words after the flavor text. What a shame. Thirst for discovery and search the Count's castle. 3 mana instant. Draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards. Unless you discard a basic land card. Let me pull myself out of here. For the flavor text. This is your only warning, Alchemist. The secrets of the sea are not yours to behold. Lord Crothus will not be so merciful next time, says Runo Stromkirk. And in the Count's castle we see, I knew he had left the castle now. That's not true. And thought to use the opportunity to explore more than I had dared to do as yet. I think that's a real excerpt from the book. Which is cool. Witch's Web is a 2 mana instant. Target creature gets +3/+3 and reach. We talked about this at the beginning. And you untap it. Ever since the ritual, Ryla didn't have an appetite at the dinner table. But her long walks in the forest always seemed to satiate her hunger. And they didn't notice her eyes were like they didn't notice that she had 4 times as many eyes, like 5 maybe even. Man. And how many flies did she eat? Glorious Sunrise is a 5 mana card with Teferi, Arlinn, and who is this? This cannot be Katilda, right? Enchantment. At the beginning of your combat on your turn, you may have either have creatures you control get +1/+1 and trample, which is okay if you have a lot of creatures that are big too. Target land gains at 3 green mana until end of turn, which you will get out of it in 2 turns. Draw a card if you control a creature with power 3 or greater. I think it's more about the choice here, because the options are not that good. You gain 3 life, that's not even noticeable. Okay, overpriced. Wouldn't even use it. Aim for the head, 3 mana sorcery, choose 1, exile target zombie. Okay. Target opponent exiles 2 cards from their hand. That's strong. Works every time, Alana says. Well, they are alive still. For now. Radiant Grace and Radiant Restraints says a 1 mana enchantment. Enchanted creature gets +1/+0 and has Vigilance. When it dies, you may transform it and attach it to target opponent. The creature's enchanted player controls enter the battlefield tapped. So you use it to make one of your creatures stronger, you attack with it, it dies, or the enchantment leaves, and then you may slow your opponent down, which is cool. I need to do this again. There must be a better solution for this. Even in times of brutal darkness, never mistake beauty and delicacy for weakness. Never do. Thalia, Guardian of Draven. Not sure what that means here. Oh, we have a big cycle here with 2 kinds of arts from different people, so it's like a lot of people here. We see Death Cap Glade. We see here is a mushroom kind of forest in both sides. The flavor: deadly mushrooms litter these woods, each waiting for an errant footstep to release its noxious spores. Dreamroot Cascade is a waterfall type space with the lights here, the straight up lights, and the lights in the forest itself as well. Soothing whispers invite travelers to step closer, 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 until they vanish soundlessly beneath the surface. Shattered Sanctum is the white-black card, where we see like a hole in the ground. The quietest cult holds their grim ceremonies in the darkest place, where unburied dead litter the ground. Stormcarved Coast is the elemental type land that says frequent violent storms shape the Nephalia coastline, sculpting cliffs and caves where monsters often lurk. And Sundown Pass is a place where in the farthest sides of the world we can see a little bit of light. And the same goes for here, where the sun goes down on the rocks as well. Riders chase the fading light recklessly through the mountains, desperate for one last glimpse of day. And then it was gone forever. How does that work? How does that work? The sun is gone forever. Innistrad must be flat. Or something. How does that work? Harker's Journal and Investigator's Journal say that they are a clue. So you can sacrifice it to draw a card. And for 2 mana you may remove a suspect counter from Investigator's Journal and draw a card. So you can use the clue multiple times. It enters with suspects counters equal to the greatest number of creatures a player controls. So can be your opponent's, can be yours. And then you may draw a card every time, every turn, for 2 mana. Repeatable clue. That's cool. Why does it work that way for Harker's Journal? Not sure. Why does the Investigator's Journal have claw marks? I don't know either. The Harker's Journal has garlic, a teacup, a book about bats, spilled ink, and a photo of a vampire. And blood vials. That's a lot of things from Alex Branwyn. Stitched Assistant is a Stitched Assistant. It's a 3 mana zombie, 3/2, with exploit. Scry 1, then draw a card. And it has Scry explained, which is weird. But they just look at a body really well. Lantern Flare. I know this art from somewhere, I think, but we see the dark ghost-like stuff. It's a cleave card, but the normal card says Lantern Flare deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker, and you gain X life. X is the number of creatures you control, or for red and white and an X, so it's not necessarily more. You can also do X to target creature or planeswalker, and you gain X life. I like this. It doesn't have to be same every time with cleave. It can just be an upside. Cemetery Gatekeeper shows us a guy with zombies behind him. The vampires keeping the zombies out of his lands. He doesn't like them. They're gross. It's a 2 mana 2/1 with first strike, which is good. It ends the battlefield, exile a card from a graveyard, which is good in this set. And whenever a player plays a land or casts a spell, if it shares a card type with the exiled card, whenever a player plays a land or casts a spell, okay. So you exile a card from a graveyard and you remember that you exiled it with this, I guess. And then when a player plays a land or casts a spell that shares a card type with a card, it deals 2 damage to that player. So like exile a creature, and then whenever a player casts a creature, I would exile a sorcery maybe, and then only have creatures in your deck, and then your opponent is sad. Something like that. Or you are just an aggressive dude. Let's put this in there. I think that's a good card to put a little break on it. Where's the music? Alright. Edgar's Awakening. So in the story, we have seen this moment, or read about it. What it is that Edgar has been awakened, not like this though, but he was in his casket, in his like his deathbed, and then she poured blood onto it, except for instead of getting him out first, and the blood sort of hypnotized him to be loyal to Olivia. She says, "Here you go. Can't have you sleeping through your own wedding day." The 5 mana spell lets you return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, and when you discard Edgar's Awakening, you may pay 1. When you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. So 5 mana part is a little bit overpriced for it, but can be strong. Though in these formats, it's not the best version, I don't think. The discard part, where she is apparently now the discard madness queen, I think is a cool part, and it's creative, so that's nice. Retrieve lets you return a card, creature and a non-creature permanent card from your graveyard to your hand for 3 mana, and then you have to exile it. The roots preserve the armor for 100 years, safeguarding it for a traveler in need. So you return the creature, you return the skeleton, I think, and you also return the armor. Which is cool. Brian Comber and Brian Bound Gift. Huh. Oh, it's another aspect card where Brian Comber has a kind of what is it? A crown, and they stole it from their own body or something, and then they can give it to someone else too. The ability is that whenever they become a target of an aura spell, you create another spirit. So whenever you enchant them, whenever you give them a crown, they can create a new spirit to wear it, something like that. Then we have labeled Raconteur and the Ravager, that is also from Lambhold. The Raconteur is a 4 mana 2/4 that whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it deals 1 damage to each opponent, and when it transforms, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. And it's a 4/4, which is I think also important for a 4 mana creature. It also looks very sick. I think that's the most important part here. Wary Prisoner becomes a wrathful jailbreaker. They have used the prisoner for too long. It has been a defender, a 2/6 defender, which is huge. Your guard attacked me. He got what was coming to him, and now I'm coming for you. And the jailbreaker attacks each combat because he's angry. The Frenzied Devils are a 5 mana haste 3/3. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it gets double prowess onto end of turn. That's prowess. Devils need no reason to stir up chaos. The chaos itself is their reward. Ram Carolus, Fiend Slayer. Ram Carolus is a big man after killing old sick fingers, or well, stopping them for a small moment. Ancestral Anger has your ancestors flaring behind you. I think this is the 4th or the 5th angry mob that we see. It's a 1 mana sorcery. Target creature gains trample and gets 1 plus the number of cards named Ancestral Anger in your graveyard amount of power until end of turn, and draw a card. So it's it gains trample and 1 power, it gains trample and 2, it gains trample and 3, and it gains trample and 4 power, and draw a card. 1 vampire for every family member I've lost. For every time she's ancestrally angry. Inspired Idea has our Geralt 3 mana sorcery. Draw 3 cards. Your maximum hand size is reduced by 3 for the rest of the game. Okay. Well, in the late game that's not too bad maybe. And for 5 mana you can draw 3 cards, period. Stitching is an ever-evolving field, with each new advancement reaching a new height of horror. I mean, it's still strong, even if you take the downside. So, it's better than having no cards. Serpentine Ambush is a 2 mana instant. Until end of turn, target creature becomes a blue serpent with base power and toughness 5/5. With +1 counts that strong, but it's not in that color. But otherwise, it's still a growth spell. The merchant did guarantee the new bait would bring in something big. Very big. And now he's running. Ill-Tempered Loner becomes Howlpack Avenger. So the Ill-Tempered Loner, his dog baby, got hampered, and now he will avenge his dog. Legit. The 4 mana human 3/3 is a card that whenever it deals damage, is dealt damage, it deals that much damage to any target. And it can fire breathe doubly. The Avenger does the same. Does exactly the same, but it's just 1/1 larger. Yep. Oh no, it's not the same. The Howlpack Avenger is not a loner anymore whenever any permanent you control is dealt damage. Okay. Oh. So if you attack with a lot of creatures and they block a lot of creatures, that's a lot of damage. I like this. That's strong. That's really strong. I like that it gives it to others as well. Nurturing Presence is a cute card where the ghost is now nurturing their Enchester. Or other way around. What's the reverse of an Enchester? I don't know. It's a 2 mana enchantment where the creature has, whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. And it enters and creates a spirit. So it will leave something behind to watch over your other cards. Adamant Will is a reprint of a vampire. A 2 mana +2/+2 and gains indestructible until end of turn. So a protection spell that is about the will. I refuse to die before I see the sun rise again. It's not a vampire. Sure Strike is a 2 mana, also reprint. Target creature gets +3/+0 and first strike. Strong aggressive card where we see, I think, the werewolf attacking the vampire. So everyone is rushing through these windows. Why break a new window? There have been angels, there have been humans, now there's a werewolf entering through the window, and they all take a new window. Why do they all take a new window? Before the officiant even had a chance to ask if anyone objected to the Voldaren Markov Union, Arlene made her opinion known. Okay, so Arlene, I didn't know that. But still, why does she take a new window? And why didn't they protect the windows better? Blood Tithe Harvester is a 2 mana vampire. When it enters the battlefield, create a blood token. They look really dirty with how they taste it. Sacrifice it, target creature gets -X/-X, where X is twice the number of blood tokens you control. So at least -2/-2, but it can really kill some creatures. For 2 mana, that's not bad. Flame Blast Bolt is a 1 mana shock. It's a magma spray actually. That can deal damage to planeswalkers. It's a better magma spray. Cool. I noticed you were short on party favors, so I brought my own. Higa, Slayer Captain of God Staff. It's an Abyssinian sign, which is cool. That they still use it and I still believe in her even though she is dead. Voltaic, Visionary and Full Charged Berserker is a 2 mana human wizard. It deals 2 damage to you. Exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. That's a lot of damage. When you play a card exiled with Voltaic Visionary, transform it. Oh, so it's easy to transform. And then it becomes a 4/3. It has less defense and it can also, or it has more defense and 1 more power. and it can't block anymore. She spent many years trying to harness chaos. She finally realized that chaos was meant to run rampant, as was she. Okay. So instead of letting you draw cards in trade for damage to yourself, they now attack your opponent. Lunar Rejection is a 2 mana instant. I have no idea what's happening. Here's a human, here's like a lizard, here's a wolf. Here's another wolf, here's a human. Oh, these are wolves. The human is transforming into a wolf, but the moon doesn't let him. And then there's a lot of moon signs here. I have no idea what's happening. Here's another wolf. Okay. 2 mana, return target wolf or werewolf creature card to its owner's hand. Draw a card. Or 4 mana, return target creature to its owner's hand. Draw a card. Seems clunky, but 4 mana for this effect is exactly what you would expect. And 2 mana is good, but you will need a wolf or werewolf to use it on. Blood Fountain, a 1 mana artifact that brings blood with it. As we can see, because it's a blood fountain. For 4 mana you can sacrifice it and return 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. So it's card advantage as well. And otherwise it's just looting. So it's 1 looting and 2 cards back to your hand. And you can discard a card and get it later too, I guess. Storm Chaser Drake is a huge drake in the art, but it's a 2 mana 2/1 with flying. Whenever it becomes target of a spell you control, draw a card. Okay, so you want to augment it, and then you can keep drawing cards. Blasted Drakes interfering with the conductivity again. Carl, go chase it away, says Ludovic, Necro Alchemist. Carl. Yeah, name your servant Carl. That's funny. Zagarda's Imprisonment. Zagarda is imprisoned. 3 mana, enchant target creature can't attack or block. Exile the creature, create a blood token. That's the ability that your opponent can use then. 3 mana for this. It's okay, I think. But it also has a massive downside, so it's a worse card than the normal imprisonment card. But the art from Brian Sola is of course great. Supernatural Rescue is a 4 mana enchantment aura. It has flash as long as you control a spirit. And when you cast this spell, tap 2 target creatures you don't control. So you cast it, tap 2 creatures, and you enchant your creature and give it some chunkiness and a little bit of attack. Where would you use this? Like, the best case is if you can save your creature before combat on your opponent's turn, I think. Or before combat on your turn, maybe something like that. Because the rescue tapping 2 creatures is really weird. But maybe they needed something extra or something, or they needed extra enchantments and they didn't want it to be aggressive enchantments. Something like that. Diagraph Scavenger is a 4 mana zombie bear. That's a 2/3 with Death Touch, so mostly used to trade with another creature. So 4 mana trading creature. When it enters, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. If it was a creature, you drain your opponent for 2. Okay, just a common. Filler card. It can barely feel the sword anymore. The sword in its head, of course. Voldaren Epicure is a guy that likes blood. If you're not refining your tastes, what is the point of living forever? When it enters the battlefield, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. For 1 mana, that's okay. Create a blood token for 1 mana. That's fine. It won't break anything. Cipher Bound Spirit is the night side of this, and Soul Cipher board is the front side here. For 2 mana, you can have a board with the Abyssinian sign on it. You can talk to a spirit. It ends the battlefield with 3 omen counters on it. Look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one of them into your graveyard. Whenever a creature card is put into your graveyard from anywhere, so you double surveil here, sort of. Whenever a creature card is, it's double surveil. No, it's not double surveil. You can put one to your graveyard. Whenever a creature card is put into your graveyard from anywhere, remove an omen counter. Then, if you have done this 3 times, of course, you can call the spirit, the cipher-bound spirit. It can block only creatures with flying. As a 3/2, you don't really want to block any land creatures, I don't think. 4 mana, draw 2 cards, then discard a card, so that's card advantage as well, so that's strong. Rather than consort with demons, the Quietus cult seeks wisdom from the dead. Better Quietus, that's pretty good. Also known from Quietus Spike, of course. Dorothea, Vengeful Victim, it's a spirit, a 2 mana 4/4, flying. What? When she attacks or blocks, sacrifice it at the end of combat. But then you may disturb her spirit for 3 mana, and the spirit returns again as a retribution. Enchant a creature. It has, whenever this creature attacks, create a 4/4 white spirit creature token with flying that's stepped and attacking, and you sacrifice her. Oh! So you put this on a creature, and the creature lets you return Dorothea every time. Every day a Voldaren draws breath is a day I cannot rest. She doesn't seem like she can rest. Nice that she's here behind the dude that's fighting as well. Chill of the Grave is a 3 mana instant that has you freeze a zombie, I suspect. This spell costs 1 less to cast if you control a zombie. Oh, the zombie is spewing out the frozen breath. We can see a little bit of a hand here, maybe. Tap target creature doesn't untap, so you freeze it, and you draw a card. Frozen is frozen, whether it's with cold, terror, or both. Cool. Edgy as well. Chandra dressed to kill. Didn't break a window. Oh. She looks different here. And here as well. But that's okay. Doesn't need to be Chandra-like every time. Maybe because she's dressed differently, something like that. 3 mana with 3 loyalty. The +1 is at a red mana, and she deals 1 damage to a target player or planeswalker. I think you mostly use this for the ramp. Exile the top card of your library. If it's red, you may cast it this turn. That's really good. And then you will never get to this, but if you can, -7. Exile the top 5 cards of your library. You may cast red spells from among them this turn. You get an emblem with, whenever you cast a red spell, this emblem deals X damage to any target, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast a spell. That's good. And otherwise it's a 3 mana, probably card draw, semi, red card draw. Doesn't work on lands though, does it? I don't think so. Because you have to cast it, it's not play. And then +1, gain a mana, that's fine too. And sometimes you have 1 damage to deal somewhere. Okay. Boarded Window is a funny card, Sultan Boros, to be expected. 3 mana artifact, creatures attacking you get -1/-0, because they are stopped by the window. This is a good window. I would place this if I was Olivia. At the beginning of each end step, if you were dealt 4 or more damage this turn, you exile the boarded window. So if your opponents came in with too much damage, they broke the window probably, and you exile the card. I like that. Sturdy nails make for sound sleep. Cosperlo of the Silbern Guard. Sound sleep. Yeah. Get sturdy nails, definitely. I would do that too. Ancient Lumber Knot. Oh. 4 mana 3 folk. It's a 1/4 chunky tribal again. Each creature you control with toughness greater than its power assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. Nice, you don't lose the power from creatures. The soft creak of trees in the wind is not always cause for comfort. Sometimes it's cause for running. I added that. It was not even that creative. But okay, it's a 4/4. That can make one creature at least a 13/13, so that's cool, that's cool. Skulking Killer is a 4 mana vampire assassin. The left side is creative in the art, where we see a man in a mace. Here we also see a man in a mace, I guess. But this is an actual mace, and this is more the city. And then the vampire is skulking in her blood. When it ends the battlefield, target creature an opponent controls gets -2/-2. If the opponent controls no other creature, so if they are alone. Olivia set a few villagers loose in the hedge maze as part of the evening's entertainment. Oh, okay. Oh, that's cute. Kessig Flame Breather is a 2 mana flame breather that does not have fire breath, but whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. Okay. Hunter's Fire was meant for slaying monsters in the Ulvenwald, but that never stopped Raylan from showing it off. Okay, it was meant for practical uses, but they still used it as a trick. Sure. Dread Fugue is a 1 mana sorcery. Target player reveals their hand, you choose a non-land card from it, with mana value 2 or less. The player discards that card, or for 3 mana you can let them discard any card from their hand. Groom's Finery shows us the clothes, the other side of the bride's gown. A 2 mana artifact equipment. Does not do the same, but it's +2/+0, and gets an extra 2 toughness and death touch if you control the bride's gown. Okay, +2/+2 power is fine on an equipment. With death touch, I think it becomes way more valuable. Bloodgraced Socialite is a 4 mana vampire with menace. It's a 3/3. That's good. When it ends the battlefield, create blood. Whenever it attacks, you may sacrifice blood. 1 blood. If you do, it gets +2/+2 until end of turn, so it becomes a 5/5 menace, which is really dangerous, but you do have to do it when it attacks. Hallowed Hunting is a 4 mana enchantment mythic, where the spirits are haunting a house. As long as you control 7 or more enchantments, creatures you control have flying and vigilance. Ooh. So it becomes really strong, giving all your creatures flying and vigilance, but might do nothing there. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, create a white Spirit Cleric creature token with this creature's doesn't fly. This creature's power and toughness are each equal to the number of spirits you control. Okay, so white wants to work with life gain, +1 counters, just white small creatures, and with spirits, so that's a lot that it wants to do. And with enchantments as well. Okay. Kessig Wolf Rider is a 1 mana human knight, menace 1/2. Okay. Exile 3 cards from your graveyard, create a 3/2, so it can probably get in for 1 damage in the game. Exile 3 cards from your graveyard, create a 3/2 red wolf creature token. That's good. That's a good part, I think. Nice. It's a perfect partnership. My village is safe from wolf attacks, and she gets to eat any vampires we catch. Okay. So the wolf protects the villagers, actually, from wolves. That's weird. That's weird for a human to ride a wolf on Innistrad. They're usually more wild than that. I would expect them to join the wolves on Innistrad. Sense from before. Pointed Discussion is a 3 mana sorcery. You draw 2 cards, lose 2 life, and create blood. Small Talk is a dying art. Okay, Pointed Discussion lets you draw blood from your opponent. Cemetery Protector is a protector human soldier. They hold a sword against the zombies that are apparently coming out. They look a bit sad about it, because maybe it's their friends that they are having to protect against. It's a 4 mana 3/4 with flash. When it enters the battlefield, exile a card from a graveyard. So your opponent wants to get something out of their graveyard, and this person stabs them before they can. Whenever you play a land or cast a spell, if it shares a card type with the exiled card, create a 1/1 white human creature token. Huh? Okay. Whenever you play a land or cast a spell. Oh, okay. Huh. So you stop a creature from coming out, you play more creatures, and you get more creatures. That's pretty okay for white. Definitely good. I like it. Unholy Efficient is a sort of religious looking dude with 3 or 5 candles. 1/2 with Vigilance, not too good. Put the +1 counter on it for 5 mana, not good either. Is this twisted ceremony simply a mockery of the human right? Or has Olivia fallen for her own charade? Says Sorin Markov. Yeah, right. Because she acts like she does all these human things like the blood battles and stuff like that. And Sorin is salty. That's mostly the reason why we see this. Wedding Security, where 2 people that block the people from entering. They don't want too many people to go up in flames, although it's funny to Olivia. In lieu of payment, he was granted permission to devour any unauthorized visitors. Okay. Whenever it attacks, you may sacrifice a blood. If you do, put a +1 counter on it and draw a card. I like this. It keeps growing, but mostly the drawing of cards in trade for the blood tokens lets you stop the discarding. So that's nice. Nice. And you don't need to pay the 1, which is an extra addition. Sporeback Wolf is another addition to the different kinds of wolf, like the spirit from before from Ilse. This 2 mana 2/2 has extra toughness on your turn, which is weird. And works with the green-black toughness archetype. The mushrooms growing in the wolf's fur possess curative properties. Incredible enough to tempt many alchemists into risking their lives to track one down. It doesn't look dangerous anymore because of all the other wolves, weird wolves that we have seen. Weird wolves. But it probably still is. Dreadfast, not breakfast. Demon as a human to show how large this is. It's a 7 mana demon. It's a 6/6 with flying. At the beginning of your end step, you have to sacrifice a non-demon creature. If you do, create a token that's a copy of Dreadfast Demon. You have to do this though. And okay, so you can almost... It's too hard to have humans left if you have this on the battlefield. But then you can make a lot of demons that will also force you to sacrifice more humans. By the 6th day of darkness, the lake was more blood than water. But you can keep creating one humans or something, and this becomes really strong. But I mean, yeah, you need 3 or 4 of these, and you probably win. Nice. Geralf, Visionary Stitcher, the other half of Gisa. Is this Gisa? Is this Gisa? Zombies you control have flying. It's a 3 mana 1/4 that augments your zombies with flying. Sacrifice another non-token creature. Create an XX blue zombie creature token where X is the sacrifice creature's toughness. So it works with toughness again. Do you like it, sister? Its dreadful visage was inspired by your own. Oh, it's not the sister. It's not Gisa. So he made a zombie that's like Gisa. That's also funny. And I'm glad. Wolfkin Outcast was dropped out by his friends. He now has a way too large beard. This spell costs 2 less to cast if you control a wolf or werewolf. So it's a 4 mana 5/4, which is then strong. The villagers feared him. The Cathars scorned him. Only in the wilds did he find a family that accepted him. The other wolves, which you see in the backside of the art. Also, it's not really night there, is it? He raged not just against vampires, but against civilization itself. Very green. Whenever it or another wolf or werewolf you control dies, draw a card. So it doesn't want his friends to die. Now he's friendly with them, and when they do, you get a card. Well, that's a little bit weird, but not sure what that's about. And looks beautiful. Alexander Markov. Second card that I noted from them for the art. Bloodthorn Squire and Bloodthorn Knight is a 4 mana vampire soldier. That's a 4 mana 3/3. Discard a card. It gains indestructible. Tap it. Then if there are 4 more creature cards in your graveyard, which you can do by discarding them, you may transform them. And it explains indestructible. And then when they have, like, what happens here? The Bloodthorn Squire is holding the sword, and then they have an axe all of a sudden. Okay. Then they have power and toughness equal to the number of creature cards in your graveyard, so at least 4. So at least a 4/4. They want it to be stronger, of course. Oh, they give them the sword, and now they have their own weapon. I think that's the point there. Discard a card. It gains indestructible still, so it still has that ability, but it just grows with the amount of creature cards in your graveyard. So it becomes stronger, slowly and slowly, and it will be indestructible if you want it to be. So dangerous value card, I think I would say. Bramble Worm is a huge, ginormous worm, larger than a whole village. A 7 mana 7/6 with reach and trample. So defensive and offensive, and you gain 5 life. And if you want, you can exile it from your graveyard and gain another 5 life. Toxic Scorpion is a 2 mana scorpion with Death Touch. That's a better Death Touch card. When it ends the battlefield, another creature you control gains Death Touch as well. But unless you can give it flash, this will not be too good. You want that Venom? Collect it yourself. I'm not losing another pair of Dragonhide gloves, Old Rodstein says. He is in the most flavored text up to now. Oh, and Olivia, I think. Demonic Bargain is another tutor, I think. For 3 mana, exile the top 13 cards of your library. Then search your library for a card. Oh. You have to exile a lot of cards. Okay. Put the card into your hand, then shuffle. So maybe you exile all the cards that you need. Do not try to negotiate with me, human. You want power? This is the price, says Ormondal. Ormondal is really busy with corrupting these humans. Then we have Hook Hand Mariner, who is a Mariner with a hook for his hand, which turns into a Rip Hook Raider, which is the same hook, which is probably why the werewolf can't turn too big. It's a 4 mana 4/4 that turns into a 4 mana 6/4 that can be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less, which I probably didn't want to anyways. The local gossips swore Nesmith lost his hand in a fight with a werewolf. They weren't entirely wrong because he was a werewolf. It was a fight with a werewolf because he was the werewolf. Sorin the Mirthless, or Count Dracula, is 1 card, but he has 4 versions with only the art being different. What it does, look at the top card of your library. You may reveal the card and put it into your hand. If you do, lose life equal to its mana value. The -2, create a 2/3 black vampire creature token with flying and lifelink. Useful in the lifelink stuff. And flying mostly, I think. And then if you can get the 7, which takes you 4 turns again, it deals 13 damage to any target, you gain 13 life. Not a direct finisher, like some other Sorin cards are, but still a lot of life. I wouldn't say that's the impressive part about this. It's not an impressive card too much. Mostly the vampires, I think you almost want to do it for. Because 4 mana, draw 2 cards is okay, but it will take you 2 turns. And you will lose life for it, so that's not the best. Wouldn't play it for the card draw. I would play it for 4 mana, 4/6 of flying lifelink vampires. Mostly is what you want to look at it. So no, not too good, I don't think. Cemetery Prowler is a 3 mana big doggo. It's a 3/4 vigilance, so that's really chunky. When it ends the battlefield or attacks, exile a card from a graveyard. Can be someone else's. Spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for each card type they share with cards exiled with Cemetery Prowler. So can easily discount for 2, I guess. Sometimes. That's a strong doggo. Definitely. I like it. Oh, it's a mythic. That's why. Okay. I would say it's rare. Maybe even uncommon. Okay. Can be really strong then. Sure. Sanctify. 2 mana sorcery. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. You gain 2 life. Is it good? No. Olivia Voldaren has faith only in herself. We answer to a higher calling, says Thalia, Guardian of Thraben. Change of Fortune, 4 mana sorcery, discard your hand. There was 1 discard synergy. Then draw a card for each card you've discarded this turn. We cannot escape change, but with faith and fortitude, we can mold it to our liking. Mold the change. Meryl, Dawnheart, Witch. Dawnheart. In red? Dawnheart Witch with blood? Are they changing? A witch that has changed into a vampire? How dare they? Jacob Hawken and Jonathan Harker. It sounds the same. And their Obsessive Inquiry or their Insight. What it does, it's a 2 mana 0/2. So their toughness is higher than their power. You can tap it to draw a card. Very good. Then exile a card from your hand face down. You may look at the card for as long as it remains exiled. You may pay 6 mana if you do Transform the Boy. When you have Transformed the Boy, at the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top cards of your library face down. Okay? You may look at them. Once during each of your turns, you may play a land or cast a spell from among the cards exiled with this permanent without paying its mana cost. Without paying its mana cost. Scary. Wow. I mean, it does cost 6 mana then, but... I mean, the first one isn't bad either. It's still looting. And then later you can play the big cards for free. Whoa, 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 whoa. The flavors, only on Jacob. Our world may be dark, but there's still plenty to see. So he likes his world? I don't think he likes his world, if you look at the top right card of him. He looks a little bit scared, more than that. And Harker, his Obsessive Inquiry, it's funny too. That he keeps writing his letters. There are so many letters on this table. It's just because he can't shake the thought of there being vampires. Gift of Fangs, a 1 mana enchantment aura. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 as long as it's a vampire. Otherwise, it gets -2/-2. That's fun. Can hit your opponents. Could help yourself. You are one of the few to whom we offer our blessings. What fool would reject immortality? Says Runo Stromkirk. Okay. Blood Servitor, a 3 mana construct. So we have seen the fountain, we have seen the guy that fills the fountain. Okay. This weird dude enters with the blood token and it's 3 mana 2/2. That's it. Please, my friends, help yourself to the help. So it's a construct full of blood. That's it. Katilda, we have seen. Alchemist Retrieval is a 1 mana instant. Return target non-land permanent you control to its owner's hand, or 2 mana, return target non-land permanent your opponent's control to their owner's hand. To most, a Terrify, you can pay 2 mana to do it for by yourself, but that's useless. It's a Ghostbusters card. To most, a Terrifying Apparition. To a Necro Alchemist, a potent fuel source. That's the electricity of Innistrad, apparently. Well, there is lighting there too. Steelclad Spirit is a 2 mana spirit. Whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, it can attack as though it didn't have a defender, and otherwise it's a 2 mana 3/3 wall. Some guys imitate the lives they left behind, others follow the dreams they never realized. The dream of being a wall? Great dream. Wolf Strike sounds cool. 3 mana, target creature gets +2/+0. And then, if it's night, it can deal damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. Does not have to be a werewolf, but it does need to be night. Tovelar's Howlpack had scattered, but the dire strange survivors were still on the hunt. Who are those? The dire strange survivors. Okay, werewolves are not utterly defeated. Alluring Shooter and Deadly Dancer is someone who asks for a dance and then kills you for it. It's a 3 mana 2/3. That's it. When you attack with exactly 2 creatures. So when you dance, transform it And he says, may I have this dance? And then it transforms into a 3/3 with trample. But whenever this creature transforms into it, add 2 mana. And for 2 mana, it and another creature get +1/+0 until end of turn. So very underwhelming. And kind of a douchebag. Wedding Invitation is a 2 mana artifact that cantrips. You can see the bat that has brought this ladder. And then you can sacrifice it for free. Target creature can be blocked this turn if it's so it can enter. If it's a vampire, it also gains lifelink. So it gets the vampire power if it's a vampire. RSVP at your own risk. Just go there. Otherwise you will die. Runebound Wolf is a wolf with runes. It's a 2 mana 2/2. For 4 mana it deals damage equal to the number of wolves and werewolves to target opponent. So no creatures, but can still deal a lot of damage. The wolf's captor hit his fear, but he knew someday the runes would fail. The color would break, and the wolf would remember his face. Because this card only goes face. That's cool. Can be a lot of damage. Can be like 5 damage or something and close it out in 4 turns. Probably will want to have done some damage already. So Daybreak Combatants is 3 mana for a human warrior. A pair of human warriors. They have haste. And they are 2/2. And they give another target creature +2/+0. Or themselves. So they can be a 4/2 haste. After weeks of unending darkness, a glimpse of dawn was all the people of Stencia needed to rekindle their will to fight. So yeah, the people of Stencia are fighting. We know that. Bleed Dry is a 4 mana instant. Target creature gets, again, -13 until end of turn. So kills everything. Also the 1/13, which is a little bit sad. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. Wipe your chin, child. We can't have Olivia thinking we're uncivilized, says Anya, who is the shamed maid. Parish, so that not Parish, Blade Trainee. 2 mana human that is slashing down a weird looking werewolf. With training, it's a 1/2. When it dies, put its counters on target creature you control. Okay. The recruits trained in eternal night, fueled by the hope that they might one day see the sun again. Vampire Slayer is wiping his mouth from the blood that he got from killing a vampire with 2 bolts. It's 2 mana 2/2. Whenever it deals damage to a vampire, destroy that creature. So it does Death Touch to vampires. When Kaeya saved her village, Barrett realized even vampires could be killed. When she brought one down herself, she realized she had found her calling. Maybe we'll see more of Barrett. Sounds like an origin story here. Hullbreaker Horror is a 7 mana flash 7/8 that can be copied doubly by the Stormkirk vampire. Whenever you cast a spell, choose to return target spell you don't control to its owner's hand, or return target non-net permanent to its owner's hand. So you can kind of keep semi-countering a card to their hand, or putting a spell into their hand. So maybe you can empty their board. Except for the lands. Looks cool by Svetlin Velenov. A Braid, we know this one. Deal 2 damage to a creature. Destroy target artifact. 2 mana instant. But with new art, the Falcon Rat progenitor was a vicious falconer. And the line is quick to remind others of its heritage. That they are vicious. Odric Bloodcursed is now a vampire. It's a 3 mana 3/3. When it enters the battlefield, create a little bit of blood, where the blood number is the number of abilities from among flying, first strike, double strike, death touch, haste, hexproof, indestructible, lifelink, menace, reach, trample, and vigilance found among creatures you control. It doesn't have any of those, so you will need other creatures, and otherwise it's just a 3/3 for 3 mana. A little bit sad that Odric is so weak, but he looks cool. Path of Peril is a 3 mana sorcery. Destroy all creatures with mana value 2 or less, or 6 mana destroy all creatures, which is a lot of mana for that. But to Olivia's guests, a welcome. To everyone else, a warning. But they still came in through the windows. Fell Stinger is a scorpion that has killed a horse. Really sad picture here. A 3 mana zombie scorpion, which is scary. It's a 3/2 with death touch and exploits. Target player draws 2 cards and loses to life. So sad. And what the heck is that stinger? I don't want to look at this. Wonderlight Spirit is a 3 mana flying spirit. That's a 2/3. Can only block creatures with that. With flying, the towers and catwalks of the Voldaran fortress are lit by the lanterns of geists, endlessly seeking a way out. Oh. That's sad. Spiked Ripsaw is a 3 mana equipment that you have to pay 3 mana to equip, and then you can saw a small twig of a tree. Cool. Whenever it attacks, you may sacrifice a forest. Okay. And it gains trample, and it gets +3/+3, which is mostly the useful part, I think. But trample on a really big creature can be necessary. Dream Shackle Geist is chaining on the minds of some people here. A 3 mana spirit. That's a 3/1 with flying already. At the beginning of combat on your turn, choose up to 1. Tap target creature, 1 creature. Target creature doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. But you can do this every turn. That is why I think he has multiple chains. And then it becomes really cool. Really strong ability then. Every turn. Alana and Elena, we have seen them in their flavor text. They have First Strike and Reach. It's a 4 mana 2/3, which is not good yet. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put X +1 counters, +1 counters, on another target creature you control, where X is Elena and Elena's power. So they don't work together, they work with other creatures. That creature gains haste until end of turn. So that's really weird. It's a really weird card. And you will need other cards to strengthen them again. So they are partners, but I don't think they like each other. Concealing Curtains and Revealing Eye. So they're concealing the eye and then it pops out and then you should be shocked. It's a 1 mana 0/4 wall defender and you may transform it for 3 mana, not too much to ask. Specifics were kept secret, but word quickly spread that the show was a must see. And then it turns into a 3/4 with menace, which is already cool for 3 mana. When it transforms into it, target opponent reveals their hand and you may choose a non-land card from it. And they loot from it. So pretty good, I like it. 3/4 with menace on turn 3, that's already strong. Lacerate Flash, and did it do something? Well, it protected you at the beginning. Lacerate Flash is a 5 mana sorcery. It deals 4 damage to target creature. And then for the excess damage, you will get the blood from that creature out of their body. And the Festivities is 2 other wolves that have crashed into the party. It's a 1 mana sorcery, deals 1 damage to each opponent and each creature and planeswalker they control. When the defenses around Lurenbraun Fortress faltered, the Crimson Ballroom received some unexpected guests. They didn't expect this, really? I would expect this. Griff Rider is a 3 mana human knight with flying and training. So another flying training card. Keep your heels down and bend at the hips. As your mount takes flight, she'll do the rest. I was sitting like it. Cemetery Desecrator is a 6 mana zombie with Menace. When it enters the battlefield or dies, exile another target card from a graveyard. When you do, choose one. Okay, so you do this twice. Remove X counters from target permanent where X is the mana value of the exiled card. Okay, so you want to exile a big one. Or target opponent or target creature an opponent controls gets -X and -X until end of turn for the mana value of the exiled card. Okay, 6 mana, kill something. It's a 4/4. It dies. Kill something else. Also, have to do this better. Scattered Thoughts is a 4 mana instant. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. Put 2 cards of those cards into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. Draw spell, filtering, graveyard filling. Stitchers delegate the most important tasks to Assistant with a good eye for detail. Okay. Honored Heirloom is a beautiful multi-chromatic Abyssinian crystal. It's a 3 mana rock for every color, and for 2 mana you can exile target card from a graveyard. Repeatedly. After the travails, rune chanters set about repairing twisted symbols of Avacyn as the first step in restoring faith in the church. It's the first step. And apparently it's working, because now the faith is already killing more people again. Moldruff Millipede is a 5 mana insect horror, so another insect. When it enters, mill 3 cards, then put a +1 counter on it for each creature card in your graveyard. Okay, I expect this to be a 4/4 or 5/5 a lot of times. Between Stitchers, Cultists and Scavengers, corpses are in high demand. Scavengers. I think this is a scavenger then. Rending Flame is a 3 mana, deal 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker. For an instant, that's really high. If it is a permanent spirit, Rending Flame also deals 2 damage to the permanent's controller. That's a lot of damage. It is our duty to bring the blessed sleep to the dead, even if they resist that gift. Says Greed, Order of Saint Dreth, of which, unfortunately, we have lost 1 member. Pyre Spawn is a 6 mana elemental 6/4, and when it dies, it shocks. Lightning Strikes. Memories of the Harvest Tide, Tragedy, festered until they grew into an incarnate rage that set the world ablaze. A very cool incarnate, actually. That from the rage and the loss of their Harvesttide festival, this came about. And it looks a little bit like a werewolf too, out of their anger, from the effigies that they made, maybe even. So it was useful that they made this. And this was the last card. I hope you had fun. This will be online anyways. And have a nice evening.